Yo, yo.
Yo,
Yeah.
what's going on?
Let me get my supplies for for the call. My girlfriend's actually adopting the two cats that I'm fostering right now. So
Last week it was one. Now she's adopting two.
yeah. Well, then it needs a friend.
Yeah, fair. How old is that one?
This one's a little bit older. I think she's like 6 months old.
I'm jealous.
But if you want some cats, man, they got plenty of cats here. We can shipping not included, but I'm sure we could find a way to get them up to you.
Yeah. I no, I've got a cat. I just it seems like the thing is like I have a cat and I'm allergic to cats.
Ah, that
If
sucks.
it was up to me, I would just have a whole bunch of cats and dogs. Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah.
that
Uh,
sucks.
I know. It's all right. Um, it's interesting though, because I got tested like years ago and they said I was allergic. And then
Mhm.
I recently got tested. Well, it wasn't the same test, and they said that I wasn't allergic. So I wonder if like my immune system has kind of like done some
Yeah,
years.
I've heard there's like different things that you can do to like get rid of a cat allergy. I just don't remember what they are, but and then sometimes like allergies in general aren't always like permanent. They can just be temporary. I think it's something to do with like that it's like the fact that like all the cells in your body, are replaced every like 7 years. And so in during that process, basically like what you might have been sensitive to before, like your immune system changes enough where it doesn't trigger it
Yeah.
after a while.
I think I'm still allergic a little bit because if I ever go out of town, if I ever go out of town, like within 24 hours, my face like slims down, my body, like the inflammation is gone. So I think
Mm.
but yeah, man, if I could, dude, I would take all your cats, all of them.
Might be going to get his cat. I don't know though.
No, getting my camera set up.
Never mind.
Can hear you talking shit, Mason.
Want to say
Um,
something?
yeah. How's everybody doing? Aman, Riviera, MJ, hope you guys are doing well. I just invite everybody, like some of you guys to the Slack channel, Riviera, Aman. I don't know if you guys all saw that. So we can delve into some of that stuff today. Okay. So uh we can go get started. I got so I went over this last week. Can you guys actually no, you guys can see my screen. So remember these people from last week? By any chance, you guys remember part of the story? So, hey, got you here with Nick, da da da. And so they kept hitting me up, brother, where you at? Where you at? Kushik, what's going on? Kushik, you there, sir? Of course I'm here. And so, again, remember what she initially said was, hey, Kushik, this is for Nick's agency for his clients. This has nothing to do with Nick's coaching program that he's using YouTube to sell. And yet, I see a post every single day on that YouTube channel, and everything pertains to selling a coaching program. Um, so be it. That's fine. And so, again, if it's for the agency, I'm not trying to gaslight anybody here, but I finally sent over a message. I said, hey guys, I apologize for the delay. I need a bit of time to sleep on the situation, come up with a proposal that might make sense. By the way, it's spelled Koshik. Nick, Francesca reached out to me saying that we share a student, Drew, and that his recent success piqued your interest, that his success resulted in you wanting to add Facebook ads to your arsenal of tools for your agency and serving your clients. Here are three proposals I feel comfortable with. Proposal one, I can take Francesca through the same journey I took Drew through. I would need a contract signed saying that all intellectual property, funnels, all that stuff would not be shared with your coaching program. I would also need full access to your community course um, to make sure that nothing is shared that I would not feel comfortable with. Yes, I have heard Francesca say multiple times that it is for your agency and that you are not connected to a coaching program. Please understand that these are my requirements regardless. Proposal two, we can work out some kind of a monthly, annual, or per member licensing fee where I can share some of my course material with you guys. Again, I would need a contract. Option three is our ideas for other ideas for cross-pollinating communities, such as doing live webinars leading to a purchase and paying off some kind of an affiliate commission. So I would assume that it would be very simple to pick proposal one, again, if it's just for your agency, but they need some time to think about it, right? So, anyways, hopefully you guys can put two and two together, but we'll see. Maybe we'll see Francesca here in like a week or so. We'll see. Um, that'll be interesting. But that being said, we'll go and get started, guys. So first up, we have Mr. Robin, and we've been talking. What's going through your head, man?
Yeah, I basically the first thing is just like what we talked about in the last voice note is probably going to be a good idea to think like step one. I was getting a little ahead of myself wanting to niche down. Maybe I'll do that in the future, but I think step one is just like getting some consistent video work in, and then I think it'll probably be either 6 week, 6 figure. It is so hard to say, man. You gotta it like it looks it's so nice and clean when it's typed, and it is so hard to say 6 figure 6 week sales funnel. But yeah, it probably doing something with that where I'd be like bundling on video with it, and or maybe like my idea is like when I go to the discovery call, if I'm screening them and saying like, hey, are you looking for getting like you like need leads in the door right now, or are you more interested in branding? And then if it's branding, then push them to a social media retainer or like a brand story video. And then if they're looking like I need clients now, then we push them to the marketing side of things. And then the other thing is like getting into weddings, which I already have a website that I had built up that I guess I didn't really I guess I funnel hacked without using a funnel is just a like I copied someone else's wedding website, used some of my old wedding videos, and I already have that like put together. And so I guess you were saying for weddings it'd probably be a good idea to do like a Instagram DM ad. Is that right?
Yeah, so when it comes to the wedding stuff, we've already got it set up from A to Z, which is like it's just a DM ad, and then like it's I'm sorry, it's a PM ad. And so then
Mm.
you're just having a conversation, you're pushing that to a phone call, and then from the phone call, you're pushing that to a Zoom call.
Mm.
That's it. And so
What's a
there's like
PM ad?
a private message. So you have Instagram DMs and then you have Facebook PMs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm sure Instagram DM ads could work, but what we found to work really well for us was using Facebook instead of Instagram
Mm.
form. I
I
don't
wonder
know,
if it's like the age demographic is more on Facebook for weddings.
probably just like people are in their 30s or so are going to be heavily using Facebook still versus you got your 20 to 25, 26 year olds going to be on Instagram that are, and most people at that age are not, getting married at this point,
Yeah,
right?
and they probably have lower budgets for the weddings as well, unless they've got like rich parents paying for the putting the bill.
You know,
Yeah,
uh,
makes sense.
does that, so you were saying though, that was your question, but I guess like what I'm trying to do is I want to kind of like help you kind of figure out what you should do because it's still, those are two very, very big decisions. Like, I mean, so those are two very different pathways.
Yeah. I
What's
think my gut right now is telling me do what you said and try to go in on weddings first. Just because what I really enjoy about weddings is it's one, it doesn't take anything out of me. Like it's like very formulaic, which I actually do like. In terms of like, I go in, I capture everything. I don't have to like write scripts, which I'm not great at. I don't have to do any like or like not really a ton of directing. It's a lot of it's just kind of like capturing the things that are already there. And then it's super easy to outsource the editing for that to my editor. And then it's just like basically if I could get four, weddings booked a month, that would be like crazy good, where I just show up, shoot, send the footage off to the editor, that gets edited, and then that would bring in the cash I need just to pay my bills for now and get me something consistent, where I could then focus on all the other stuff I've got to work on.
okay? Have you tried you said you shot like 50 weddings before. Have
Yep.
you try 50 weddings in terms of how far back? Like 5 years ago, 10 years ago?
Yeah, probably like 5 years ago. So I started shooting those in like 20, what have they been, like 2016. They were never only a couple of them that I don't remember how I got them that were like directly booking me. Usually it was like one of these like wedding companies where they pay you $500, they sell the package for 2,000, they pay like an editor overseas $500 to do it, and the videos were probably not that great. Um, but yeah, I it got me the experience, I guess, of like shooting weddings. So I was able to get good at doing that.
How many were like you directly booking? Like somebody coming to you?
Like I think I did five direct to maybe like five out of those were like directly working with the that person. So
Were they referrals or did you like post something on social media? I'm sorry, referrals or
yeah,
like that's what I'm wondering is like you've done 50. Out of them came from you directly doing
yeah.
it. Kind of wondering like what have you tried
Yeah,
doing?
maybe it was more like 10. I think what I was doing back then was a lot of just like finding people on Craigslist or like, hey, I've got $1,000 budget. I need, a wedding video done.
Mhm.
And just something like that. Like I never like ran ads. I think I might have had like one referral out of all that, but like usually I didn't really get any referrals because like I like when people booked me, it's like I had to say, oh, I'm like I work for this like wedding company, and so the wedding company would get the referral if anyone referred them.
I see. So if I were in your shoes, man, and again, this is again, if we're considering optimizing for the end goal, it's keeping things as simple as possible here, right? What is the simplest thing that you can do to make income, sustain yourself so that you can focus on med school? And if that's the case, then I would say if you want to go on weddings, man, my suggestion to you is go all in. And so what that means is like, yeah, do our Facebook stuff, do our Facebook group stuff, but then also post on Craigslist, post everywhere. Can market yourself like crazy, and that's all you do. You don't do anything else. You don't really, again, I know if a job comes to you that's like one of these $20,000 jobs that you'll get from these big companies, like, okay, sure, take
Yeah.
those. But your effort should be like 1 hour a day should be marketing yourself. 1 hour a day. I think Hormozy says something like that, 1 hour a day or something like that every day to hit a certain revenue number. I would agree. Like 1 hour a day going to Craigslist, Facebook groups, this, that, and promote yourself every single day on top of running ads and just do that, nothing else. Um, does that make sense in terms of like that thought process?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. So don't even bother with the 6 week, 6 figure sales funnel. I was gonna ask there you had content on like a sub course on there for the wedding stuff, right?
Yeah. So if
Uh,
you said, hey, Krishik, I want to pursue weddings, what I'm gonna do, and this is typically we're selling this as a standalone coaching program. In your particular case, since you're already here, I'm just gonna give it to you complimentary.
Wait,
Um,
thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. But like it's an entire program. Like just like the program that you're in, it's an entire thing. So these are the fundamental principles. The 7 to 9 figure mission applies there. Again, this talks about like the easiest people to the hardest people to sell to, how to brand your social media for that, how to acquire. And so this would be the Facebook stuff, right? So how do you understand the funnel from A to Z at 30,000 feet view of the funnel, a crash course on Facebook ads for people that need that, you don't need that, what kind of numbers you should be hitting, what video ad you should be creating, like the whole thing, like everything we did in the 6 weeks, basically the same thing from A to Z of like how to get this set up,
Mhm.
all the way down to, your discovery calls. You see me doing discovery calls myself. Um, Me and Eric are doing some of the sales calls, so you can kind of see it in action. Um, so the whole shebang, man. Everything's here. Everything you could need in terms of
Sweet.
that. And then I'll work with you with like, Facebook groups. So we got some stuff on Facebook groups, like I said, as well. And so again, we'll try stuff through. I haven't tried anything on Craigslist, but since you mentioned Craigslist, by the way, I think Craigslist is a fantastic move. I know the strategy you've done, I've done that as well. But like putting yourself out there, spending $5 on an ad, and then that'll bring people in. So I would do stuff like that with you as well.
Sweet, sweet.
Thoughts?
Um, yeah, I think that all sounds good. I guess we'll just go in head first on back into weddings.
Okay.
Should be fun. Those are always those are like a good period. A funny story. My the first time I shot a wedding, I think I was 17. And I showed up, I shot, I went to the bar to go get a bottle of water, and they're like, "Oh, our special today is like I don't know whatever their fancy drink was. You want one?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And they just gave it to me. They didn't check my ID or anything. They're like, "Oh, he's working here. He's old enough." And so So I got my first booze at a wedding.
Did
Um,
you drink it?
hmm? Yeah,
Did you
yeah,
drink?
yeah. I
Did you
drank
get
it
did you get tipsy?
a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I was 17. I had no actually. You know what, dude? If I drink now, I would get tipsy. I haven't drank in like a year. I don't think. Maybe a couple times, but like very rarely drink anymore. And honestly, I just get tired at this point. And it's just part of becoming an old man. Um, but yeah. The other question I was going to ask, you said that you had a something on. Sorry, I didn't realize I was messaging you directly on Slack. So sorry about that.
Oh, it's
Um,
okay.
but yeah, you said you had some thoughts on the last message I sent on there.
Yeah, I still need to like sit on it and
Okay.
sleep on it and give you an answer. Here's the thing is like you first said when you first said, and again, you, I think it'd be better for me to like just message you, me, you and Mason in that channel about it.
Mhm.
And I was even thinking about like creating maybe a Loom video for you, but you initially started the conversation. And so maybe what I can do on this call is just get clarity, right? So at the very beginning, you said, hey, Kushik, how do I stay motivated to do a task? I love learning, but then when it comes to implementation, I find some roadblocks. That was the first thing. And then by the end of the conversation, the question kind of became, how do I decrease desire and click
Aversion.
aversion? How do I decrease both of them? So those are two completely different things. One, you know what I mean? So in my mind, I'm like, okay. And then as I read both of those, then my mind, I was like, let me pump the brakes. Let me do what Robin, what I find myself constantly doing with a lot of people, and especially like as Cam here. I always poke fun at Cam because Cam's always like making up problems that don't exist. And so it's like pumping the brakes and be like, okay, like what is the problem that we're solving for in the first place? And I sat there and I thought about it. I'm like, what problem does Robin really have? And so in my mind, and this is again Kaushik's opinion, the way I like to deduce problems is I look at the output. I know you're big on like, hey, I'm not really focused on goals. I'm just going to do the inputs and whatever happens, happens. For me, I look at goals. I look at goals. I look at behaviors. I look at KPIs. I look at what people hit, what people do. And then from there, I say, okay, this behavior, this thing is telling me that there is a problem or not. Like, is there inflammation? No. Is the blood sugar high? What is going on? And then from there, I reverse it and be like, okay, where's the issue? And so as I looked at you, I'm like, okay, did he launch a 6 figure 6 week time and manner? Did he close a deal? Did he work through it? Is he communicating? Is he making money? Is he succeed? And so in my eyes, I'm like, okay, he's asking about solving these problems, but in my mind, I'm like, what problem exists? Because the output is
Yeah.
showing is healthy. There is one thing that is on my mind that again I saw as like a big red flag potentially from the moment we met. And so again, I want to reserve that for the Loom video and I wanted to kind of share with you because I could be wrong about that. I've had something where every there's something that has occurred in my life throughout my entire life where if somebody shares this one thing, they all have the same problem, all of them, every single time.
Mm.
But you're one of those people. But your behavior so far has shown like you're normal and everything's okay. Your behavior so far has told me like, hey, Robin is the exception to this rule in my life.
Mm.
Robin is the one person. So I didn't want to say anything. I want to kind of like pump my brakes and be like, hey, let's just see how things play out with this Robin guy first. And my theory could be wrong. Um, so I'm saying a lot of stuff. What's bringing your head?
Yeah, I think I realized something. Number one, when I just like talking to you and just like getting it out. And then I went back and like Dr. K has like a million videos on this, and I was just rewatching some of them. And as I was talking, like a couple things started clicking. Where like one, I think I don't know, this is like a problem that's been there all my life. I think I've made significant improvement on it. Um, because like in the past when I was talking about like, hey, I want like the need to get the motivation to do things 5 years ago, that was like I wasn't motivated to do shit. I like was just like I just like couldn't get out of bed a lot of days, and just like couldn't just like applying for a single like filling out a single job application was like a huge task that took a lot out of me. Um, Whereas now I'm able to do more, but I'm like still trying to improve more. And my hunch of what I'm thinking is like, wait, I've been improving on this. I might just be getting a little impatient because I still have days where like I'm like doing really good and I'm able to just like jump from one thing to the next, stay focused and get things done. And then some days I'm just like I don't have it in me. I've just got to like lay down for a little while and take a breather. And I think it's just a matter of like I need to be a little more patient, keep doing the things that have been working for me, and then you know I think it'll just get better over time. Like ultimately, what I think it comes down to is just having that full control over my mind, which is like that's the thing that is usually getting in the way of things. That's the thing that's causing most of the problems is myself. Um, and it's just like I've got, I feel confident in the long term benefits of like meditation. I'm like, okay, I think this will be resolved. It's just going to be like, okay, I got to put in like another decade of meditation to get the get to eventually where I want to go, and there's probably not any shortcuts to get there.
My opinion, my opinion, I could be wrong. It's an opinion. My opinion is, and as you were talking, like at the very beginning, I was just like, just answering you. And that's what I do a lot with Cam is like he'll ask a question, I'll just start answering it. And then I'm like deep down the rabbit, I'm like, wait, we don't even, this is not even a problem. I'll kind of poke my head. I'm like, Cam, we need to take a step back. Like, you're okay. Nothing's on fire. Um, and so I found myself doing that with you. Is like I was like going down this thing, kind of explaining all these things in terms of like bad fuel and good fuel and all this stuff. And then I was like, hold on. Especially towards the tail end, like your last messages where you're talking about I want to decrease both desire and I keep forgetting that word, but
Aversion.
version.
Yeah.
And when you finally said that and we kind of went down to it, and my I kind of just like set pump the brake. I kind of looked up and my opinion is this, very simple. There's nothing wrong with you. And you are okay and everything is fine and this is normal. And when you say impatient, I don't even think you're impatient. And so I want to maybe remind you of one thing you told me, which is that you had a therapist who you said fired you, or I think you use other words. So think
Yeah.
of kind of or seeing where I'm getting at. It's like they're telling you you're probably okay. They're probably saying, hey, look, and so it's like I don't think anything's wrong with you. I don't think you're impatient. I don't think it's 10 years of meditation. I'm again, it's an opinion. I could be wrong. I don't think it's that. I think I know what you want. I think I know what you want. I think you want that, Zen like Buddha state, nothing, you can be lit on fire and you won't feel the pain, right? Like but that's a completely different thing than what we're doing here. And that is true. I think that if you want to achieve that, in my opinion, I could be wrong here, but that if you want to achieve that, that is like completely castrated from Westernized civilian society. It is castrated from this. It is castrated from video and the bills, and that is literally going out there and wearing one of those togas or what I don't know what it's
Just
called,
robes. Yeah, the monk
robes,
robes. Yeah.
wearing a monk robe and living there and just fully committing to that. That's the only way I think. I don't think you can do 10, 20, 30 years of meditation, but if you light yourself on fire here in this culture, you're going to feel it.
Mm.
It's not
Yeah.
possible.
I
And
think
so,
it's just I just want to do the best I can. I think that might like I genuinely consider that as like that might be my retirement plan is just like okay.
yeah,
I legitimately thought there was a period for a while where I was thinking like, hey, should I like I maybe this is something I should consider doing of like, hey, just like go to an ashram and then become a monk. I considered doing that for a little while, and then Dr. K actually had the perfect story. If you know anything about his, he did the same thing, and he was like, okay, he went to his like teacher and was like, okay, I'm ready to forsake my life and become a monk. And the monk just looked at him and was like, what life? You're like a degenerate gamer. You've got like nothing. You haven't done anything. You have no life to give up. And so he was like, okay, go back, get your doctorate degree and everything, build something in the real world and then in the material world, and then you can then come back and then take your vows and become a monk. And so
I
that's kind of like, yeah, where I'm at right now is like, I need to build something first because I can't. The whole point of being a monk is like giving everything up. And so, got to build something first before you can give it up.
yeah, it's there's no fear, there's nothing to lose right now, right? He's built something that's like that is true sacrifice. That is true sacrifice. So, um, again, dude, my opinion, I mean, we went down that rabbit hole. For what it's worth, I think in my opinion, I think you're fine. I think you're healthy. I think everything is normal. There is a big thing that maybe again I'll delve into, but I don't know if I should share it with you right now. I don't know if I should. My gut is telling me I should sh wait till the 3 month mark. I do this a lot with a lot of people. Like, what's on your mind, Kirsty? Just tell me. I can't tell you because it'll ruin it. Um, so I want to kind of like see your behaviors and I want to see if you like break this rule. So far, it has not been broken. Every single person that I've seen this with, they all are the same way. So far, you kind of are. So far, you kind of are. But I think I need a solid 3 months and kind of seeing, especially again, like let's delve into this wedding stuff. Let's see what you do. Let's see how you do. And then we can kind of take it from there. Um, I don't, again, you said something about like Dr. K, he's like so seamless and effortless. I don't know, man. Like I think it's context. I think motivation is required. I think motivation is like the force that pushes something one way or another in physics. It is the force. It is a force. You need motivation or else you don't. I think things can be more, I think things can be easier. And I think it's a very complex thing of understanding when something is easy. Like, right, I explained to you, if I were to, when I went back in time, I created that automated webinar and I had bleeding elbow sitting on this chair and I could do it, but now you couldn't pay me $1 million to do that.
Mm,
Mm. And so it's just there's a lot of factors that make things easy versus hard. But I think it's supposed to be kind of hard. I think you're supposed to
yeah.
have motivation.
One thing I would say, I can see why you might think that like you have to have a motivation to push you in a direction. The one thing that I used to think that too, and the thing that kind of changed is the realization that when you have like when you want to like I want to sit down and I want to make a bunch of sales calls or something, and I've got like a big list of sales calls, and I need motivation to go do that. When I don't want to do that, when I don't have that motivation, really what I have is a motivation to go do something else. I want to be going and taking a nap. I want to go outside and go for a walk, right? And so it's like you have motivations pulling you back in the other direction. And what we are really saying is like we want a strong motivation in a given direction to overcome the motivations that are taking us from a different direction. And so the idea is if you get rid of all of the motivations, right? You have nothing pushing or pulling you. You are just like there, right? At that point, then it's just like a choice, right? You can just choose, okay, I'm going to do this thing and you do it. And it's if you don't have anything pushing you or pulling you in a different direction, then there's nothing stopping you. There's no like negative emotions that come along with doing something that's difficult if you can get to that state of being able to do that. Does that kind of make sense?
I understand what you're getting at. Yeah, and hopefully I think you understand what I'm getting at. But just to clarify, it's you're here, and then you're again you have this magnet that's pulling you into this direction. And that magnet is, I'm going to be alone and die by myself and be a fucking loser if I don't do this thing, or my mom will never love me, or whatever. And so therefore, I need to make this amount of money, be this successful, whatever. Or I'm going to be homeless, right? Like this motivate. And so therefore, what is going to help you get there is these incremental steps. Oh, I have to make a certain amount of calls. I have to do a certain amount of something. And
Mhm.
so then it's like, it's so this force that cause you to, and so you have this other force which is like, oh, I want to go take a nap. And so if we kind of assume this is going this direction now, it's like it goes in a different plane or different direction. And the thing is like, I want to go take a nap or I want to go do XYZ. And so if this is a strong enough magnet, no matter what, you might veer off for a second, but then you're gonna get sucked back in. You might veer off, but then you get sucked back in. So no matter what, because it's such a great force. Um, I think that's just how it is. I understand where you're coming from, a place of like,
I think
okay,
that's how it is for like 99.99% of people. I
I
think that's like the
what you're talking
default.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about again, it goes back to like the shaman and the monk and like that, like light yourself on fire. That's a complete different level.
Yeah.
And that I think for you to experience that, Robin, you first have to build something fantastic, amazing. Like you have to go through that journey, that doctor, you build something that's worth sacrificing so you can really experience all those kinds of. I don't think that just happens. I mean, I could be wrong.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it just happens. It's something that takes a
Long,
lot of a long time, or it depends on really. It's like anything. It's like how much time do I have to dedicate to this? Right now, I like meditate for like 45 minutes in the morning, 45 minutes at night. I really want to, like I told you, go on like a longer retreat where I do like 10 days to like 2 weeks of just like all day, every day, like 16 hours a day. You're doing some form of meditation, and then those things can kind of propel you up a little bit. But I think it's just like a matter of like doing the reps at that point to get to that. And I think I'm getting closer to that. I can tell that I'm moving closer to that direction. Things that used to be really strong like motivators. Like I used to be like just like Dr. K. I was like addicted to video games. I was playing video games all day, and getting me to like go take a shower or to go like cook myself some food was like a massive undertaking. And then over time, I've gotten to the point where like I can do all that stuff easy now. And it wasn't like I didn't use like some fuel of like, I'm a piece of shit. I got to stop being a piece of shit. It was like just like the slow process of kind of like letting go of all of those things that I was attached to, and then Yeah, just it's just I can tell I've been making progress in it. I'm just gonna continue moving in that direction.
Yeah, I was gonna send you some stuff from Dr. Huberman. You probably watch him too. His
It
big
sounds
thing.
familiar.
Okay, so I'll send you some of his stuff then. There's some stuff on motivation, and I think actually he's going to be a great guy for you as well. I find him and Dr. K very valuable. Dr. K is very much like helps you kind of think through things and has like these frameworks, mental
Mm,
frameworks, versus Dr. Huberman is very much like here's how these hormones and these chemicals work and causes this and that.
mm,
Yeah, so like literally what you're explaining, again, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it's pretty much just like people have this wrong term for dopamine detox. What it is basically the less you do these high dopamine releasing activities, the less you do them, the more you're able to just function normally. So what happens when you play
mm.
video games a lot is like it's like freaking taking cocaine.
Yeah.
There's such a high release of dopamine that nothing else compares to it. So it's like, again, if you have like a chalk bar, then chocolate milk tastes sour compared to it, not, at least not sweet.
Mhm.
Versus if you have broccoli and then you have, chocolate milk, that chocolate milk is fantastic. And so what happens with video games and these very high dopamine things is like now all these other things become very hard to do. And so he kind of comes from that angle of like just explaining like the hormones and the peptides and um yeah, neurotransmitters, how that all interacts. So it's sometimes that's as simple as that. Sometimes it's like just don't do stuff that gives you a lot of dopamine and it becomes easier to do other
Oh
things.
yeah. And that's the thing. I get that's also a very valid framework from like a just like a neurochemical perspective. Because that's like, if you look at like what monks do, they basically do like super non-dopaminergic activities all day. They like they chop wood, they do like chores, they sit and meditate, which is the ultimate like the antithesis of like a dopaminergic activity. But when you calibrate your whole system to that kind of lifestyle, the dopamine, it then just like the tiniest amount of dopamine does a ton for you. Like I like just bland. I've noticed this like with super bland food that's just like very nutritious and healthy, like rice and chickpeas and broccoli and carrots with like no seasoning on it, right? But like freshly made. That sort of stuff, like when I was eating that like every day, it got to the point where it's super delicious and it had like no flavor to it whatsoever. Just because like your body is able to calibrate to the lower amounts of dopamine. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Um, yeah, castrate high dopamine things and things become very simple to do, I think. Uh, so, um, what else is brewing your head, man? Anything else that you wanted to
Mm-hmm.
either on this side or like the business side of things?
No, I think that's it for me for today.
Okay, so just so I would say like take a minute to like sleep on it or take a day to sleep on what we talked about in terms of like the direction that you want to go. Maybe even speak to your uncle about it. Um, and if you just message me, actually, if you message me today, I will just manually unlock it for you, and then maybe you can skim through it, sleep on it, speak with the uncle, make your decision from there, and then we can go down that path of the six figures, depending on what you want to do, and commit, the next 2 months to like doing as much as we can of either of those.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
Cool. Anything else? Anything else you have for me or Mason?
Nope, I think that's it. I think I'm going to head off, go do my meditation, and go to sleep.
Cool. Sounds good, man. Cool.
All right, catch y'all later.
See ya.
You're up.
Uh, okay, who do we have next? Mr. Riviera.
Yo, what's up?
Not much, man. Did you see my last message to you?
Yeah,
Cool,
saw
cool.
that there.
And then I invited you guys. I invited you to the stuff here. So I don't know if you had a chance to see this, but where's is Cam
Oh yeah,
here?
I did see that.
Okay. So I don't know if Cam is here. He'll probably join us here in a bit. But like so when you ask that question of like, is your script good enough? I haven't really delved into your script. I looked at his for like a second, and then all I did was I just told Cam like, dude, just go back to like Drew's calls. And did I tell you the update I
Hmm.
made to the program with Drew's calls?
Maybe, maybe not. It refreshed me, but
I got you. So if we come into what I did is oh, this is not, let me gotta refresh this here. Yeah. So see how these are updated. So now you have all like a few
Nice.
Drew's actual discovery calls.
Oh, hell yeah.
And
It's
so
perfect.
exactly. So all Cam did is like, I had Cam come in here, listen to them, and then he basically created his own script based off of that. And then he did 3 hook calls. Dude, he closed all 3 like in a row. So I'm like, fuck yeah.
Insane.
Yeah. So I'm like, there's something.
Holy shit.
Yeah. He did 3.
Yeah.
This is the worst it's ever gonna get. And so it was just about nailing the script. So I think same case for you. So if I were you, plan of action is just open this up, tweak up yours, nail a few, spend a day, and I can almost guarantee you're probably gonna hook at least like if you spend all day doing it, you're gonna hook probably like 3 people. Like I really believe based off what I've seen, it's possible to hook like 3 business owners a day just doing this method. Um,
Yeah. It's crazy for sure. It's like you're calling them, you make it happen kind of thing instead of waiting for the lead to come in through a discovery call or whatever. Because you could just Google scrape and then you're wielding the power of a lead or about, I think it's just like kind of gray with like just getting back into the groove of it because it's been a while since I was doing it. But I remember I remember it just taking some manual time, but and that's where I just didn't have the time, right? So that's why I didn't really delve in fully. But I think now, yeah, pretty excited for this. Whatever I can do to share resources. I'm glad that you already made a place where we can all pull from though. So I'm excited to look at camp stuff too.
good, good. Yeah, yeah, please. That's the whole game plan is for us to just like share resource beyond like figure this out together. Um, and yeah. Um I guess so what could we talk about or like any questions or anything you had for me
Um,
that we can chop it up about that might help you?
I think I just asked if my script's good enough, but I think yeah, I think you haven't fully checked it out, but essentially, I mean, I could just after this compare and contrast cam stuff and just see which one I go with to try it out. But
If you want,
I guess. Oh, sorry, was that?
no, go ahead. If you have a question, go ahead. My suggestion was going to be that if you haven't, what you could do is you could take this time while I move on to MJ and Aman, and you could like
Hmm.
literally run through the scripts really quick, tweak them, and then you can ask me questions and we can like go from
Hmm.
there. So we can actually talk about some stuff to implement to
For sure,
today.
for sure.
If you wanted to do that, we could do that.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, and I was gonna ask maybe if I don't know if Daniel Rodarte is here or can, but I was gonna see if anybody's ran HVAC ads recently that got some leads. I was curious just because since we'll technically be becoming HVAC owners, that will be kind of running it from that perspective of kind of doing service delivery first for ourselves. I was just curious if anyone had seen any ads working in the market or anybody who maybe Rodarte. I don't know if he ever closed on HVAC, but if he had ran any ads at that time and had any luck.
yeah. I don't know if Aiden like saw the post and he was like super interested in delving into like the free to fee method. I don't know if he's done HVAC. I feel like he's done like HVAC. Like he's kind of like worked with multiple businesses in kind of like that area, HVAC, duct cleaning, and
Hmm.
stuff like that. So, when you interact with him or like when we start chopping, actually what you could do is you could just post in here, man. You just post that question here. So this would be a good question to
Oh,
post in.
cool,
Yeah, just post in here and then
cool,
if yeah, if one of the guys have experience with that, they could probably chime in and share with you.
cool.
Um, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, other than that, don't really have much. Yeah, I guess I could kind of curate kind of a new script coming from Cam's perspective and then mine as well and see if I can put something together. Mine was strictly from that Drew conversation. I pretty much copy and pasted everything he kind of did. But I'm curious how Cam kind of interpolated it, if there was something in there that he did in a certain way.
There's some small stuff. Like I was like super when I saw yours, I was like, dude, Daniel, you pretty much like nailed his script, but there are so just the fact that you were able to like listen to him and then write that down, I was like, dude, that's awesome. But there are small things that Drew said
Hmm.
on the actual discovery call that he did not go over on the coaching
Hmm.
call. So um
Yeah, I'm
do you
curious how Cam created this. I was reading it. It looked pretty good.
Yeah, so he created this by listening to Drew's calls.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
by listening to actual calls.
yeah,
Okay. I was
yeah.
listening to his coaching call of him kind of regurgitating it to the group, but he pulled it from the actual calls. So that's cool to see.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like you created yours from listening to Drew on the coaching call. He created his from listening to actual coaching actual calls.
Oh, cool.
So this is like closer to the chest. So this one, you just model this one, you should be good.
Oh,
So
sweet.
this owner, great. Do you guys do this? Oh, you do. Do you guys service location? They say, yeah. Okay, well then let me know if this is good. Give me a good fit. And then he goes in for the pitch. Um, yeah. So yeah, Cam's like a nutcase. I don't know how he does this stuff, but he got it down. He nailed it. So you can just maybe use the ChatGPT. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit. Um, but
That's
yeah, you
good.
can
Sweet,
take.
sweet. It's perfect to pull from though. I'll definitely like listen to those calls, lean into this a little bit. But yeah, I'm excited. I always felt like, it had some merit to what it was. I just at the time wasn't really focused on it. I thought of it as kind of shiny object syndrome, even though I know Drew attested to it, how great it was working for him. Kind of like how you said, like you don't know if it was just because he was a savvy business guy that scaled to 3 million, that it was just because he's a good operator, he was making this niche work for him. So I kind of thought of it like that too. Like, oh, it's probably just because he's good in business in general that he's making this niche work. But and then kind of tasting it for myself, but not seeing like anything come from it because I didn't wasn't really putting in the time. But yeah, kind of hearing your refreshed perspective on it, and then yeah, there's something there for sure, and I'm just pretty excited to jump back in.
Yeah, I feel I this is the most confident I felt about something in a long time. All kind um good. Um, anything else, man? I know this is pretty quick.
Yeah,
Anything?
no, I mean, it's just like, yeah, I just haven't put like I'm just putting all the pieces back together. Like, where the hell was I with this whole thing? So. Kind of even making the loom for you is my excuse just to get everything, all the tabs out again, everything ready to go. And but that's pretty much where I'm at is I think I just need to do it, right? I just need to think the first thing I need to do is just I guess where I'm stuck is like, do I run the leads, run the ads,
No.
um and then
Now,
get the lead first? Because that gave me so much anxiety last time. Like, oh man, this guy needs a freaking HVAC unit by tonight. Like, I need to pass this off on ASAP.
I don't think you need to worry about that right now. Like we can have a conversation. Did you get a chance to watch the call that Drew did with the other guy's team, Nick's team? Did you watch that or no? Not yet.
The podcast YouTube format, right?
The one where after Drew hit 44,000, he was interviewed by Nick's team. Did you watch that or no?
Yeah, I saw that whole video. Yeah.
Okay. So in that video, what he does is he explains, you may have skipped past it or it was a
Hmm.
small, but he basically said within that video that he used to generate the leads and then call the business owner. And now he just hooks the business owner and then he generates the lead.
Okay, so he just turns it on right after he gets somebody on the hook. Okay.
Yeah. And so the reason is because he just knows it works, right? He
Hmm.
just knows it works. Like I used to do the same thing. I used to run the same thing, but I used to run ads. So I used to say, hey, if you're a videographer, I'll get you these results, free trial. And then I would get a videographer to commit yes, and then I would run the ads for them. I would never do it the other way around.
Hmm.
So, and you'll notice,
Cool.
by the way, that when you listen to Drew's calls, he does have leads already because he basically does the call. And at the end of the call, he's like, hey, man, like, sounds good, dude. I actually have a lead. I can give it to you right now. I can connect you guys. And so sometimes they'll like literally
Hmm.
do it right then and there. But I think that the calls that he gave me are before he changed things up, where now he gets the lead
Hmm.
afterwards.
Okay. So
So
maybe
just
we just change to saying like, oh, like, if you're
no,
open to being texted the next lead I get, or
no, I would don't change anything. Like do it his way
okay.
for like do it this way because by the end of the call, again, listen to his calls, you'll see by the end of the call, it's kind of like they forget. He starts the conversation off with like, "Hey, I got this lead, da da da, do you need it? I got this, I'm sorry, do you have availability to do XYZ job?" They say, "Yeah." "Okay, tell me if that'd be a good fit. I need this square foot, da da da." They say, "Yeah."
Hmm.
And then they have like a 15-minute conversation. So by the end of it, I don't think on the business owner mind, they're thinking like, okay, where's this lead, man? They're not thinking that, trust me. That's the furthest thing on their mind. What they're
Hmm.
thinking Can I trust Drew? Can I trust Daniel Rivera? I wonder if this is all fluff or if he's going to deliver. That's the only thing that they're thinking about. And they're
Yeah.
thinking, okay, if it does work, they're kind of salivating. They're like, okay, if this does work, man, it's going to blow up my business. That's all they're thinking about. They're not thinking about, all right, well, give me that lead that you promised. Trust me, they're not thinking that.
Yeah.
They're not thinking of that. So I don't
All
think you
right.
need to change the script right now. All you need to do, and again, I explained this to Cam. The only thing you need to worry about right now is just do the hook calls. That's it. Do the hook calls and preferably end the location that you were already running the ads. You were running the ads in a particular location, getting results in that location. So
Mhm.
go through the HR business owners within that particular location because you already know the ads work in that particular location. Your ads theoretically should work throughout the United States, right? If the ads are like
Mhm.
that's how you should design your ad in your system. Um, but that's it. Like, don't worry about like just worry about again. We're building, we're building a funnel from the ground up. We're first getting the click, then we got to get the lead, then we got to get the discovery call, then we got to get the sales call. So right now, just like focus on you're just here. Just focus on this.
Mhm.
Don't worry about the stuff here.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. So
Cool.
just focus on conversating and just dialing in your script to get a few yeses. And again, Cam said, dude, Kushik, I got three. What do I do now? Like, it's cool. It doesn't matter. You get three, four, five. It doesn't matter because, I mean, it doesn't matter because the reason I'm getting you guys to do is just a proof of concept. That's all I'm trying to do. Proof of concept. I just want to ensure that this does indeed work. If it does work, well then awesome. Now we just have to refine the rest of the process of like, okay, how do I actually get the leads over them? How do I communicate with them? What kind of systems and all that stuff? And I'm telling you this from experience. That's how I did it. My first step was like, I just got to get people to say yeah. And then I figured out the rest. And so I'll
Cool.
walk you
Cool.
guys through. If it doesn't make sense, I'll walk you through it. I
Yeah,
promise.
it's less stressful when you think of it like that too.
Yeah. If you try to like get the lead now and this and that's like, what? I got this. I spent money on here. Like, it's gonna be stressful. Don't worry about that stuff.
Yeah, that honestly, that's kind of why I quit the last time, just because I was doing it from that perspective. But I think that quick switch it should be fine. So yeah, I'm looking forward to
The big
hit the ground
mental
running with this.
the big mental shift I want you to have, the reason you guys need to do this is if you do like 3 or 4 calls with a business owner in a particular location, you hook like 2 of them, what happens is you get rid of that scarcity mindset. You're like you just understand like, hey, I'm gonna hook somebody. If I don't hook this person, I'm gonna hook the next person within a particular
Hmm.
location.
Yeah.
Columbus, Ohio, there's 30 business owners. I'm gonna get one of them. And if you have
Hmm.
that mindset, then you're not afraid to run ads in that particular location afterwards. Does that make sense?
Hmm.
Versus right
Hmm.
now, you need to experience it. You haven't experienced it. Like you see Cam do it, you see Drew do it, but you need to experience it yourself. Once
Yeah,
you experience it, that you'll have that more of that abundance mindset. And that's what I want to work on, getting you that abundance mindset.
for sure. For sure.
Um,
Cool.
yeah. Rodarte is here if you want to ask him anything, since you guys are da dangling, dabbling in where I don't know. Rodarte,
Is
you
he
there?
doing this method?
I don't know. I don't know what he's gonna be doing. He has some interest, but I don't know if he's gonna do this or he's gonna keep
Oh,
rocking
okay.
in 6 weeks
So
sales
so
funnel.
so some people are kind of on the fence. Okay, well, if anyone wants to use me as a guinea pig, I'm gonna jump into this straight up tomorrow. So you can see
I
me
don't
burn rubber on tires.
I don't know that Rodarte is in a place where he's like, I don't know if he wants to do this. I think I'm reserved with Rodarte. And the reason for that is
Hmm.
he's getting traction with the 6 figure 6 weeks. So in my
Oh,
mind, I'm like,
nice.
yeah, he's getting traction with that. So I'm like,
Oh,
hey man,
sick.
that's working for you. So before you jump ship and try this thing, maybe
Hmm.
exploring that first for a little bit.
Yeah,
Um, at the end of the day,
for
the
sure.
it's his decision what he wants to do. Um,
Gotcha, gotcha.
but anyways, I'm rambling. What else is on your mind, man? Anything else that you want to chop it up about?
That's it. I think I just need a Google scrape to that. I already have that fake Facebook, fake IG, so I'm just gonna Google scrape for Northridge, the Valley area in LA, and I'm just gonna get yeah, I'm just gonna get a bunch of Google scrapes and be able to go down the list.
Let me give you an SOP, actually. That's what I was on my mind. So step one would be reviewing some of Drew's calls. Step two is going to be looking at Cam's script here and seeing, I mean, you could probably honestly look at Cam's script as you listen to Drew's calls and see how close it like correlates to his calls.
Hmm.
Step three is to then create your own script for your particular niche. Step four is to then just reach out to me and say, hey, Kushi, here's what I got. You want to skim through it really quick. That would be, and then step 5 is now go out there and do the hook calls.
Hmm.
That's what I would do step by step if I were you. Repeat that back if you want.
Yeah. Review Drew call, then review the cam script, and then what was the third one?
After you review a cam script, then you create your own rendition of it.
Create your own. Okay.
And then from there, you can share it with me and say, hey, Kushi, you want to have a skim through? You can create a Loom video if you'd like. And be like, hey, here's the order of
Hmm.
operation. Step 1, I'm going to do this. Step 2, or you just want to send it over, you can just send it over. And then from there, then go and start doing some calls. You want to get a solid foundation before you go out there and just try to do more calls. You want to make sure you have a solid foundation in terms of your script.
Okay, that makes sense. Cool. Yeah,
Cool.
that's it for me. That gives me an idea of where to start. I think I was just, yeah, I kind of had an idea how to start, but I think I was just gonna do calls. So this sounds a lot more, yeah, it'll be more refined for sure than my
Yeah.
process.
Good. Okay, cool, man. Well, here, man, just keep us posted. Whatever, anything pertaining to this, just post in here. We'll take it from there.
Yeah, I'll hang around here because I want to kind of hear if Cam or
Yeah.
Rodarte or if anyone else talks about this. I'd be curious to hear stuff.
Yeah, I don't know where Cam is. I think Cam's probably going to talk about a little bit. I'm on maybe. But okay, so let's see who we got next. That will take us to you, Aman. So what's going on, man? I haven't had a chance to. I think I kind of skimmed some of the stuff, man. I haven't had a chance to really go through the stuff in depth. My last reply was pretty much when I had a chance to go through things in depth. Um, but fill me in, man. I did listen to. I think I did listen. Actually, no. Yeah, just fill me in.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so basically she just texted me because you know how I told you she was working with Diamond Accelerator and then they were suggesting ideas and stuff. So I was like, okay, yeah, like I think we should hold off on the Slim Shot with them and just focus on the other campaigns. And she was like, yeah, sure, And then now she's like, oh yeah, like it's just gonna interfere with the $99 a week. I'm like, what are you doing? But I get it. She's paying for them. She's paying probably a hefty amount. So like I get that she's gonna prioritize them over me.
So
Um
they're doing a 99 and you're doing a 97. Is that the only difference?
they suggested 99 a week. I don't know how that's gonna work. Oh yeah, it's 400 a month. So yeah.
So their offer at the ad level is semaglutide $99 a week.
Correct.
Says yours is a $97 skinny shot.
Well mine is $97 for the first shot, while theirs is $99 a week, just like a program. Yeah.
Gotcha. So they're selling the program straight up from the ad level. They're not selling, you are selling like an introductory $97, B12 shot, this, that, all the stuff, and then you can figure out the rest later. Yeah. Anyways, I'm okay.
Yeah, so they're like gonna do the calling and everything for her, so they're booking them in directly. So she just wants to kind of see how that goes. So what I suggested was, hey, like we have a consultation tomorrow with one of the leads. Like, it's okay if I send over some notes from our last, because it would help. Or like I asked, like, would you be able to do me a favor and just be able to implement 2 things? She's like, yeah, of course. So I like brought it up and then I like sent her like a Loom video and then I was like, hey, would you want to schedule something? And then she hasn't replied to that. Also, the person who's supposed to come in tomorrow hasn't replied or answered my calls, so I don't think they're coming in. So it's pretty much like feels like a dead end there. So
So
that's
you had 4 people that you did book. And
right.
so you're saying the second one did not reply. The first one, what happened to the first one?
No. There's 4 people booked, 3 people showed up.
Oh, right.
The one that was supposed to be tomorrow, it hasn't replied to my texts or calls.
I see.
For
I
yeah.
see. So
So
four,
like, there's nothing for her to implement
okay.
anyway.
I see. Okay. Okay. What else?
So yeah, I guess like where my mind was at was either find someone else local or just go all in on what you guys are doing right now, which is the other thing. So I was gonna think of like maybe how I can reach out to my friend who does the drywall painting, and see if I could just like let him know what I'm doing and then how I should like hook him. And he's like an old friend from high school, so I think he'd be pretty open to just like doing more, like, where I don't have to like go around the bush or anything like that. Like he knows what I do. Um, so there's that, but that's just kind of where my mind is at. Um, I feel like, yeah.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I feel like some of my clients now who I just kind of reverted back to just like call them fast as possible is actually getting like good results from that. Um, like I don't know if you saw the one from Transformation Wellness Clinic, but she literally, yeah, scroll down. Yeah, that one. Let's scroll down. She's not even using my system. I just like was really drilling on like calling
Oh,
speak to lead and yeah. And so I was just telling her, like on our last meet, I'm like, just call them as fast as possible. Like, you're doing this full time now because she transitioned out of a job. And I was like, just make it your top priority of your, like, obviously you're going to be in meetings, but like I have found that just by calling leads within 2 minutes, I had like 55% pickup rate. And then so she was like, okay, like, I'm gonna do it and then maybe I'll hire some people on trade up. Like that's the best way to go about it. And then she said Monday I'm gonna start doing that. And sure enough, she got really good results from it. So yeah, I mean, there's that where like I feel like by really drilling my clients on just the foundational stuff, it's getting them pretty good results. And so yeah, I'm pretty like just open to anything at this point.
this is like so simple, but it's so important. This is like the stuff from like last week. It's just like this simple concept. Like that's it. Um, so what I mean by that is if we kind of look at all these different things, various types of ads, but we can include in there the free to fee stuff. It's like the let's say for example, you make your clients actually before I even delve into this, I guess what I want to know is like what do you think you should do and why at this point? Um, I don't, but when it comes to painter stuff, the thing that matters here is that it you have to this has to work where you can take somebody completely cold and hook them. So it wouldn't actually apply. When it comes to your friend, like I would not recommend doing that because that there's no proof of concept there. Proof of concept means you can pick a location, like Orlando, Florida,
Uh,
text the business owners, and then get them to respond to you, and then you hop on a call, and then you can if you commit one day, you can hook like three people to say, yeah, I want to do a trial. That would be proof of concept to me.
okay, because yeah, it seems like from your talk with Daniel just now that you're not building out the system first. You're not like figuring out service delivery first. You're just seeing if you can there's proof of concept in a niche. Is that correct?
So like step one is like first you have to identify what niche you want to do. Okay. Step two is you should reasonably know that you can get results in this niche. Like the best case scenario, I'll give you the best case scenario. The best case scenario is step one, identify the niche. Step two is you already can get them amazing, fantastic results with very low effort. Like literally just generate the leads, give it to them, they're good to go. Like for example, Jorge kind of has this, right? He gets fantastic results. The problem is it's not easy to get them results, but still, step one, pick the niche jujitsu. Step two, get them some like good results, somewhat, or at least prove you can get results. Step three is then to prove proof of product market fit. And the way you do that is like, yeah, what I just said to Riviera. So it doesn't matter if you have like 10 friends, 20 friends, it's not about that. What it's about is like you got to have proof of concept. But the thing is like when you said a thing of like, hey, you don't have to build out the funnel, well, you have to at least know your shit's going to work.
Right.
So let's say you said, for example, dry painters. Then what I would recommend that you do is, okay, go run some ads for dry painters and see if you can like get some leads first. see if it actually works. See if you can have a conversation and then, be like, okay, if I was a dry painter, would I be able to take this lead and convert them or not?
Right. Yeah, I think that was why I was gonna hit him up, not to like service him, but just to like build a concept out, be like, hey, like I'm building this thing out. Do you want the leads here? And then that way I can kind of learn from him, So that's the way I was approaching it with him, and then do the whole
Mm,
thing. So I don't know if that's like a good way to go about it, but I was just gonna hit him up just so I can ask him questions and like, I can say like, okay, what happens when you talk to a lead? What is the process? Just so I can like understand it, and then try to see if I can get access to his calendar and then just start booking in appointments for him or something.
yeah. I mean, if you want to do that, as long as, like commit like a week to it, like you can really spend a long time in the trenches doing this. And I would
Right.
not recommend that. I would recommend,
Yeah, yeah.
you know, but take a moment to really like first think about the niche first. Like what niche, again, like the niche and the business model is the most important thing. So it's like how much, um, and then maybe do that calculation 2 times cost of goods plus cost of acquisition is going to be cheap. Um, 30 days. My sorry about the writing, but um do you understand? Do you know what I'm writing out here or
Yeah.
no?
Yeah.
Okay.
The equation.
Like that. Yeah, it's like that whole formula. Um and so I mean this does tie into it. It's like the more profit you can make your clients, the more leverageable your marketing system can be. And so what I mean by that is like let's say you make your client, for example, $500 in profit. Can you afford to spend $1,000 to close the deal? No, you can't because they're gonna fire you and you just can't even afford to spend $1,000. And even if you spend $1,000 closing a deal and sell them on like a $5,000 thing, you're gonna get refunds and chargebacks. It doesn't make sense. So it's like the name of the game is like how much profit can I generate for somebody? Um, and so the reason you can run ads like a thought like what Mason do and personal trainers, it's like it's so low on the cheaper end because the profit margin is not there. Like these people are spending like $2,500 like a one-time payment as opposed to $2,500 a month like a business would. So you have to do something like relatively cheap. You don't have a very leveraged system to get clients
Right.
versus because of, my profit margins that I have, I can have a lot more leverage. I can optimize for purchasers. Somebody like this, that has a VSL funnel can optimize for that because they're charging like 10K for a coaching program. So, yeah, like a coaching program that helps personal trainers can charge 10K to those personal trainers and therefore spend quite a bit on running ads to acquire those clients. Sorry, I'm like getting super in the weeds here. It all just boils down to this, man. It's like how much profit can you make your clients? That's like the most important thing I'm coming to find over and over again. The more of this, the more time you have, the more energy you have, the more everything you have.
Right.
So anyways, I guess I'm blabbering. What's brain your head? Um,
I guess like how do I go about maybe like spending a week? Like should I just like maybe like start setting up ads locally, maybe just hit him up. If he doesn't matter because I could just launch it, see. Because like I think I did find some ads in drywall painting just to see if it's even like a thing. And it looked like there was something to it where it looked like kind of what I saw in like HVAC or whatever. Um, and so yeah, I was just gonna like, yeah, I'm not really sure the best way, or should I go one of the more proven niche that's already has a script or something?
yeah, I would say that like picking the niche is super important, and I wouldn't just do something just because it's like your friend and
Right,
it's convenient. It's like this is the most important thing you can do. This is the most one of the most important decisions you can make is like what
right,
niche you want to go into because your niche is gonna oftentimes dictate how much profit you can make those people.
right.
And maybe it's a good one. Maybe, it is a good one. Um,
I guess how do I know if it's like what's a good niche?
yeah. So I think what you would have to, again, you think about it is like you're running an ad and you're getting a lead and you're just giving that over to the business owner. And the stipulation is that the stipulation is you cannot give them any training, you cannot do the onboarding, you cannot do anything. That's kind of the rule,
Okay,
right? If you kind of paint within those rules, then the question becomes, what kind of ad would you need to run? Can you do a $97 skinny shot? You cannot because it's too complex. They need training. Can you do a 6 figures in 6 weeks funnel? No, you cannot. Can you do Alex Hormozi's 6 week challenge? No, you cannot. So you have to be able to run ads and say, hey, do you want an estimate for a what is it called? Dry paint wall? What
Yeah,
is
it's
it?
like drywall painting.
Yeah. So it's like, hey, you're running ads. Hey, I'm looking for people in the local area who want drywall painting. Click below to get an estimate. Or like I would also, if you want to write this down, I don't know if it's a way, I don't know if Drew shared like his literal ad in his funnel, but like if you can find that and like see if you can model that ad for your particular niche. I don't know if it would work or not, but that's the first thing. Is like, okay, if you do this niche, can you run ads and get leads? And then is it simple enough that you just hand off to the business owner and it just like works and you don't have to do anything else? So you cannot build any kind of complex offers
Right.
like with like upsells and downsells. It has to just work. And so then the question becomes, okay, if I'm running an ad and people are buying this thing, what is the average revenue from that? What is the cost of that? What is my ad cost going to be? And then from there, I think it's just like, okay, how much money is that? How much money is generated? If I get somebody to spend, I don't know, $1,000 a month on ads, are they going to make like $5,000 profit from that? If I spend $1,000 a month on ads, if somebody spends $1,000 and they make $5,000 in profit after all expenses, that means that they can probably afford to spend $1,000 with me. And so, okay, this is good enough for me. I'm happy with $1,000 a month. That's kind of how I think through it. So run an ad, get leads. It has to be a very simple enough for ad that can just hand off to a business owner. After that, I have to consider, okay, whatever they're selling, what is the revenue? What is the cost to fulfill? And then how much would it cost approximately to sell that thing? This one, it's hard to know, right? I don't have an answer for you for how to figure that out. And then after that, it's like, okay, how much is going to be left over for me at the end of the month? If they spend, let's say, for example, $1,000 a month on ads.
Right.
That's how to kind of think through it.
Right. But like if I'm trying to find a different niche, how do I like, because wouldn't I find out about the revenue cost by actually talking to someone in that niche? Because that's
Yeah,
kind of why I was like going towards my friends, is just because I feel like I could get information easier. Or do you recommend a different way of like
I think
going
it's
about
I think it's that. I think it's ChatGPT. I think it's just doing a lot of like
it?
AI research. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so like research, even just asking, the available resources I do have, and then, not basically deciding on a niche, but like if it looks promising, I can try building something out, then see if leads come in, and then if there does seem to be some kind of proof of concept, then I just go really hard on building out proof of concept for, um, within that niche of like for myself.
Yeah. Where's the document from last week? Actually I shared it in here, didn't I? Um, okay, here. So step one is to come into the document and then see if they meet this criteria, first of all. So if I were you, I would come in here and then I would make a list of like maybe 10 niches that you're interested in. And then from there, see if they meet the criteria for this. And then automatically you'll probably have like it down to like five. And then from there, I think the next step is to come into here and then ask yourself this question. Out of these five, they all qualify. Which one can I make the most profit for? That's how I would be thinking through it. So it's like this makes the criteria. If they don't fit this, the criteria doesn't even matter. Like I'm sorry, if you can't even do this, well then they don't fit the business model. After they fit the business model, well then I have to figure this out to kind of figure out what is the highest, most leverageable thing for me. Does that make sense?
Right.
And then, yeah. And then step three is then from there, you kind of are at the stage that Riviera is at and Cam is at, which is doing those hook calls. I mean, yeah, because you're already going to be running ads to kind of like figure, you're going to actually, um, step one, ask questions. So sorry, I'm going to write it out. List of 10 businesses that meet criteria. Step two is going to be use research and AI to see which is most profitable. Step three is then run ads to see if you can get leads and work them. So this is what Riviera did. So step four is then hook business owners. So that's the order of operations. So step one, make a list of 10. Use AI to see which one's going to be the most profitable. And then from there, run ads to one, two, or three of them to see if you can build some kind of an advertising system to get leads. And now that you know that, well, then we can go and hook business owners.
Okay, so Rivera basically already found the like worked the leads. What niche did he do that for?
He did that for HVAC. So if you come in to this Google Doc, you'll see that you'll actually see the script that he used to work the HVAC consumers and his actual call with an HVAC consumer.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So he ran ads for HVAC stuff and he did a discovery call. That's how he knew, like, oh shit, there's like demand for this. And so then the next step is he just needed to connect that lead to a business owner, that's where he got stuck.
Okay, cool. So he like basically he worked that lead without even having anywhere to send them. He just made sure. Okay, so I don't need anyone to actually like send them to. That's
Not
why I
right.
was so like kind of hooked on like reaching out to my friend because I'm like, oh, okay, that way like when I build something I have somewhere to send them, but it just sounds like just work them and then I'm guessing he just like canceled or something.
Probably. So let's say you run ads to Orlando, Florida, right?
Uh,
And then um once you do that, then what we're gonna do is then we try to so that we don't waste the lead. The
yeah.
first person you're gonna hook, you're gonna try to connect that lead to that person that you're gonna hook.
Okay. Okay, I see. So yeah, I mean, I'll listen to the call, see how like he kind of explained at the end, like, okay, we're gonna get someone to get in contact, or I don't know. I think I'm just overthinking it. I think I just need to, it just seems like get a list, figure out something, and then pretty quickly I should be able to just build out some kind of ads, run it, um, yeah, work on, 'em, and then from there just start doing the hook business owners.
So let me ask you this. So this is it, man. Now, I guess let me ask you this, like before you move down, like we go into this new place, are what are your thoughts on med spas and stuff right now? And like it seems like you're convicted. It seems like it's not too much to think about. You're like, yeah, dude, let's just like sh make the shift. I guess like what's in your head? Like, why are you so open to it? Um, are you sure you want to do this? I guess that's kind of where my head's at because we spent the last year, doing med spas. I'm just kind of wondering what's through your head.
I think. Like for the med spas, obviously I'm finding like just speed to lead, the foundations are doing a pretty good job, right? Like even the person who fills out the assessment or like actually implemented the assessment form and all that. I feel like from my experience, the majority of the clients that I've closed just feels very unqualified. Whereas like the people who I kind of felt like were a little bit more qualified on paper ended up doing like pretty good, you know? And so because of that, either like I would just kind of dread continuing in this process where like, I felt like if I was talking to someone that was really qualified through sales, I just didn't have like maybe it like they were a little bit too skeptical of me whereas like I was able to start close like I was able to close more people who maybe weren't the best qualified, but they were qualified enough. But then it would be just kind of like it would be like a pain to like deal with them. And then sometimes it'll be the few people who I can kind of get through that were a little bit more qualified, and then we're getting, we're listening to get decent results and stuff. And so I don't know. I feel like what I'm wondering is a niche like these better for someone like me who's not really looking to build like a whole team and scale like to $1 million company, whereas like med spas maybe for like a little bit more ambitious where they can like maybe work the leads themselves or whatever it is. Like there's just so many like different like systems or like I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense, but like I guess like I feel like I've just gotten about such good foundational skills here that it may make sense for me in something like this where I may not make as much profit, but then I'm also like keeping things leaner. So like yeah, that's just kind of where my mind is at. Again, I am starting to see a little bit more promising results and with actually me being hands-on with the weight loss side for the first time, like I just have this new sense of like understanding of things.
That's what I'm
But
getting. What I'm getting at is like, are you sure not going deeper and pursuing this instead of pivoting? That's ultimately what I'm getting is like, are you sure it's time to like say, cut it, I'm gonna pivot to this other direction, or should I keep pursuing? That's ultimately kind of what I'm getting at.
yeah, yeah,
Which
I
I,
feel like huh?
which I think you understand I'm getting at that as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure. I think if I still had the local client, it would be probably harder of a choice to make. Whereas like now she's kind of gone, and so it kind of frees me up a little bit. Where um now it's kind of like okay, I would have to either find someone local that I could do more testing on. But I feel like if I put that energy, I might as well kind of do something where we're all doing it collective, and then we could share our data. And I'm not so like kind of by myself figuring that out, I guess.
This is
Um,
much more a, you're not on coaching calls, you're not really coaching, you're just kind of hooking them, getting them over, good luck, sayonara.
yeah.
So it's a
And
complete ball game then, and one of the things that you were, kind of stressing out about or that was causing you stress was like those weekly coaching calls and constantly trying to get them to do what you need them to do.
right. Yeah. Honestly, like I probably could do pretty well now that I know the assessment form works when the people fill it out and I know, but like yeah, yeah, again, it's just the weekly coaching calls. It's the complexity of the med spas and stuff and the weight loss clinics. Also just HIPAA just kind of scares me a little bit, not gonna lie. But like yeah, so I think where I'm at is I've at least shown myself that if I were to go in hands call leads myself, I have that skill to do so. And so I don't know. I just feel like if it seems like it's gonna be a more simple, like straightforward type niche, then I may want to just explore it.
I think
But
this
it
would
is hard. It is hard, for sure, since we did spend so much time and energy.
I mean, I'm here to support you whatever route you want to go. I will, you said one thing you said was that you think that you're saying this would be less profitable. I actually think this would be more profitable. I actually think what you were doing is going to be less profitable, which is running paid ads, spending a quarter of it on, like, again, I've seen the numbers and everything in terms of profitability. Like your numbers, it's like 700, $800 to close a deal versus here, it's like $100 to close a deal.
Right.
And if you can get just as good results, again, this right here, if you can get just as good results for these new people that you were already getting, theoretically, you should make way more profit, way less, way less discovery calls, way less sales calls. So I think this would be, yeah, more profitable. So my suggestion to you is this, is take this, commit a month, right? We were going to commit a month anyways to doing whatever you were going to do. So instead of doing that, let's commit a month here, um, and say, hey, till the like make a decision by the end of the month or make a decision by March. March 1st, we're pursuing this, or we're going to go back to turning on your ads and funnels.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. I'm totally good with that.
cool.
Yeah.
Um,
I think
yeah,
regardless, I mean, again, I have foundational skills at this point, so I think I can figure out something here if we did go in it.
I mean, I told you that from the get-go. You know, where's Cam? Is he here? I keep saying, where's Cam? There he is. He's finally here. Yeah, it was, I told you from the get-go, like you do, something, like, like with what I saw with Cam, with his industry, with your industry is just compared to an industry like that, night and day. And you take your skills and, home run for sure.
Because like Cam's clients are just calling leads and they're just booking.
Cam is like, these generate the leads, they text him, that's it. Like, it's,
Yeah, man, if you want to do duck cleaning, dude, I'd show you like whatever it's I'll give it all to you. Also, like your AI knowledge could help me out a lot. So if you want to make a tradesies, the
Yeah.
industry's so it's like the conversation that happens to close the lead, like that person that you have on the phone. If I had one of those to handle these so simple conversations and just hand it off to the business owner when they're ready, oh my God. So if you want like all my juice, I want your juice.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm totally down for that
Like
too.
niche, dude. There's a lot of duck cleaning business. So I'll show you all I got. If you're cool with that, we can talk about it after. But
Yeah, I would love to.
come on, don't just do camp stuff just because he offered. Go do this.
Why not? Why not? He has a proof of concept.
yeah,
Why do the research,
Just cause. Let I was thinking about that. I was like, man, if we crack this, we're gonna have to create rules where like somebody has like the East Coast, somebody has the West Coast.
Yeah.
Like divide. Um, so
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure like I could still get
if you,
like
if you I mean,
check
again,
stuff.
worst case scenario is Cam's telling you he's down to do duck beside you, so there you have it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think regardless, even if I do go a different niche, I'm sure there's still a lot I could get from what Cam is doing. So, um, I feel like there could still be some value there. So, but also, I'm here
So
to do step 1 and 2. I'll do
yeah,
those.
Cam, why you gotta come in here and like
I don't
buckle
know.
my thumb on, bro?
Yeah, I don't
What is,
know.
what are we trying? What is the skill I'm getting from 1 and 2?
The
What
skill
is
that you're
that?
is there's no skill. The skill that you're getting is just making the right decision in terms of a niche. Instead of us going down
Can't,
this.
can't make the wrong niche.
My bad. Come on, it's like, what the hell is the point of all this shit? Where's Cam at? It's not my turn, sorry.
Yeah. No, dude, honestly, I'll be honest. If you wanted to do duck cleaning, I would fully support. If you and Cam decide to go down that route, I'm fully supportive.
I'll also do 1 and 2 and just see, but I'll also talk with Cam.
Fair. Um, what else is brewing in your head?
Um, I'll say that's the main thing. I mean, you saw the person who booked 12 appointments, and this other one implemented, they got like 3 bookings in 1 day because he had like staff um who was supposed to, yeah, like those leads, what was it, the Jersey Weight Loss Clinic. Um, he's like spending so much on ads, and he's, like basically has all these automations in his Go High Level. And so I was just telling him what I was doing. I'm like, okay, let's just put it on a sheet. And so I made him like look into further what like his staff does, like to reach out to leads fast. And he's like, yeah, man, like they're just not even reaching out to leads and all that. So I think building out this sheet would be helpful. And so it's really like putting accountability on a staff now because they have to like properly fill out everything. And the first day they did it, they got like 3 bookings, and he's seeing the value from the $97 offer. So at least it's, those people are going in a good direction. And so I
When I
have
look
that.
at the when I look at the MedSpa stuff, it's like I asked you like 2, 3 months ago. I was like, what is when we initially had those, one or like 2 clients that churned. I was asking, I was like, what could we have done to prevent that? What was the issue? And you said back then was like the issue is speed to lead. Like nobody's doing it. I can't get them to do it. And it's like now you can. And like what I'm hearing from you over and over again is like a very simple thing. That's kind of why I'm like, so that's why I'm kind of asking, like, are you sure you want to move in this direction? Because it seems like you're like really close from cracking it. It's like just get them to freaking call the leads. That's what I'm kind of seeing over and over again. So
Right.
to kind of keep in mind. Like that's where
Yeah,
you want.
yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah.
But I also feel like it comes down back to like where they're at. So like the Viva La Skin one, they're just like complaining all the time because I didn't know this, but like because I was kind of under the assumption when I closed them that I'd be working close with the staff and stuff. But then his staff is like also just like very part-time and they have their own business and stuff. So like they have a very low tolerance for like pain. And so they instantly just like, well, when I get Google leads, they just like call me and then I have to like educate them, but then they're still like, yeah, there's just things I'm not willing to do. So like that's where like it becomes very,
Are
um,
these the 3,000 paid in fulls?
that's the painful one.
That they have to drive out there and all that stuff. And
Yeah. And so like they agreed to what I showed them. But they just haven't got back to me. So I'm just, the ball's
so
in
they
their
agreed in terms of like turning off the AI and just working the leads manually. And so are you running ads for them right now, or are the ads off?
ads are off.
Okay. So ads are off. So you had a conversation with them, ads are off, and then they have to get back to you. And when they get back to you, then it's like, hey, turn the ads on, work the leads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I mean, I feel like either one, I guarantee either one will probably have, it's probably just foundations. I just have to drill in and not go. So, at least figure out everything myself before that was probably my biggest mistake, was just not figuring it
Yeah.
out just kind of going based on what I knew online because I was genuinely too scared down, to actually just kind of do it myself. And then I got over that, and sure enough, like I just have this better conviction and stuff now. So
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Um, anything else that's burning your head, man?
no,
Okay. So I guess we know the game plan then. Just come in here and keep me posted, I guess.
cool. Sounds good.
Cool, cool. Um, Mr. Rodarte, are you there? How are things going,
Yeah.
man?
How are you?
Good. How are you, man?
Doing good. Um, just my the salon chick, she's well, we talked about this already, but the back and forth with the creative.
She's
Um, I just kind of went forward with this. Say, hey, yeah, so this is all ready, it's ready to go. I just need you to go ahead. Like I've asked her like several times, um, to put her payment information in the in her Facebook. So we run ads off that. And then well the big thing is she, unbeknownst to me, she's like has like a current full-time job at a dry bar, and she is like basically busy from like until 4 p.m. And then she, after 4 p.m., she's able to book at a salon where she rents a chair, but only from like up until 7 p.m. So she can't even do what she's advertising for.
Mm,
And then she's opening a new salon. I knew she was opening her own, like she's renting her own office or salon or whatever. And so that was what we're advertising for, is like this new place and getting like pre-bookings, I guess. And now she's like throwing this at me. I'm like, what the fuck?
which part is she throwing at you? The dry bar part? What the hell is
Yeah.
it called? The dry bar.
Where all they do is like blowouts, I guess, like for hair. Like it's just basically like a low ticket, like it's like $60 or something that they pay. And then so like she can only do that type of work at the other place that she has until 7. But
Hmm.
one, she gives
She could probably
50% of she gives 50% of the commissions to the lady that owns the chair
at that place.
at that place. And then but she's opening her own one, and that's the one where she wants to do the coloring. And which the
She's
coloring is like, like a $500, $400 ticket.
so she's already working at a salon. She's basically renting a chair there, and she gives 50% to the other business. So now she's trying to open up her spot and do something similar where she's probably gonna have her own chairs and people are gonna rent them from her.
Almost, but so she's working full time at a dry bar. That's an hourly job.
Yeah.
So she gets paid by the hour there. It's not her salon. On top of that, she rents a chair after that.
That's crazy.
I know. And then that's where she gives the 50% to the lady that owns the salon or whatever. And then she's
Jeez.
opening her own one where eventually she wants to quit everything and focus on hers. And I'm like, why? I'm like, why wouldn't you tell me that you have a full-time job? Or like, and she's young and she talks young and she's like kind of scatterbrained and um
How old is she?
she's 24.
Yeah, she's not making good decisions.
Well, the thing is, like I told her, I'm like, the dry bar she quit and then she came back to, and she's only been back there for like a week or so. And I'm like, well, why did you do that if you want to? And basically, I got her to say that she didn't believe this in herself, like it would work or whatever. And I was just telling her, like, this is the time to bet on yourself. Like, you're young, you don't have a family, like, you're not married, you don't have kids. Like, this is the time where you put all chips in, like you're all in.
Does she have like a down payment on the new place? Is she like,
She's getting the keys, like March 3rd, I think it is.
how much is she spending for that new place?
I wrote it down somewhere. I don't even know.
I'm guessing she's paid per hour at this place.
She has no bills as far as personal obligations.
Okay.
So I'm like, yeah, this is
She's making, she's obviously got some customer base. I'm guessing she's gonna want to, she's probably thinks she's gonna bring some of that over to her new spot, probably. Most likely. Okay, so I guess like what's brewing in your head, like in terms of like tackling this, or like what or do you have questions about this?
um.
I mean,
So so
go
the
ahead.
latest is she texted me. She texted me just about an hour ago. I haven't responded. She said, "Hey, and I haven't put my card information, my payment information on Facebook because I wanted to see the ads first." And I'm like, "Oh God." And
Hmm.
like we've been like we kind of bonded, like we're good, we're like kind of buddy buddy. I'm like taking like a big brother role, I think. And but her saying that kind of threw me off. I was like, what? Like, what do you mean you're holding payment? Like, what do you, like,
Yeah, something's off there for sure.
yeah, she was supposed to do this. We talked on Friday and I talked with her like for an hour over the phone. And like I thought it was gonna be like a 20-minute call, but she just like was just I don't know, very
Were you able
unsure.
to set the frame and stuff like we spoke about, or not quite?
Yeah, I thought I did. That's why I was surprised when she's like, "Yeah, I just want to see the ads," And then so I texted her. I was like, "Hey, can I call you back in an hour or so?" Because I was explaining like the SMS registering her number, and she wasn't getting that, and so I wanted to talk to her to explain some things. But I want to tell her about like the creatives. I want to like respectfully say like, listen, like nobody cares as much as you do. Like we're gonna go back and forth on like
Yeah.
things like font, shades of brown or shades of gray, like in the creatives, like this can go on and on and on. And meanwhile, we haven't taken a step at all. And I promise you, nobody cares. It's legible. They can read it. It looks nice. It's got a good balance to it. Like that's all that really matters. And the offer, and what I'm
Is this what you said to her, or is this what was brewing in your head in terms of what you're going to say to her moving forward?
bringing in my head, what I'm gonna say to her today.
Let's see. I would again highly encourage you to keep that in your back pocket, what we spoke about last week, which is like, hey, look, let's do it this way. My offer to you is if for some reason this doesn't work, I will front my own money. This way she doesn't argue with you, because the way you're saying it right now, if she could still give you lip, she could still go back and forth with you. If, however, you say, hey, look, I'm going to front the money in case, now she can't really say shit. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but tell me about fronting the money. Like, what do you? I know, like that means I'm spending the money. But like, what do you mean by that?
So like basically you go in and like when you say that thing of like, hey, I can promise you nobody will care this, that, like that may get through or may not. Right. Right. I don't know if it's gonna get through. I don't know what the interaction has been so far. Maybe you can throw in there like, hey, do you remember the ad you clicked on? Do you remember? You don't remember any of that, do you? Do you remember the fact that I'm not even the guy that was in the video? Right? Maybe that'll kind of get her thinking like, oh shit, like exactly, it works for a reason. So similarly, this ad that I've created for you, I promise you, the only thing that matters is the offer and this and that. It's not this, it's not whatever. And so I just want to just get this up and running so you can kind of see it for yourself, okay, Jane
Yeah.
Doe. And in fact, and again, you have to feel that out. And then from there, she's either going to say yeah or no. If she says no, then my suggestion to you is you kind of like hear what she's saying. Don't be very combative. And you say, I hear you. I'm going to give you a little pushback. Here's my recommendation. I know that this works. It's not a matter of an opinion. I know for a fact. And I know that maybe remind her of her pain, remind her of her why. I know you need this and that, this and that. My job is to get you that. Okay. My job is to help you with the core things that are important to her. In fact, I'll tell you what, I am so confident that this works that let's go and get it running. And if for some reason I'm not making money within the first 30 days, I will literally meet your ad spend and I will spend that myself. So whatever you spend, let's say she spends $500, I will spend it myself to show you that this and do it your way. So we do it my way first using your money. And if it doesn't work, then we do it your way using my money. Does that make sense? That's the
Yeah.
offer. And again, you only do that if you have to. So maybe listen back to this again, this call, 1 hour and 32 minutes in. If you go in that chronological order, I think that'll get through to her potentially.
That was what you said. My way, your money, and then your way, my money. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then a question I had about the 6-figure 6-week thing is should I, because it says like only good for the month of January, so I updated it to February. So now I'm like wondering, should I just take that out and just make it
Yeah.
timeless, or should I keep updating that?
That's a good question. I ran into that issue as well. I would say so long as you are continuing to get leads and are quality leads and stuff, dude, don't mess with the ad. Don't mess with the ad. Don't mess with the ad set. Unless have you been like duplicating the ad set or you just kind of left it and it's just been working?
Well, I duplicated it once because it was now February and the ad was saying January. So I duplicated it and just replaced the words, right? January with February. And now my leads, at least in the last stretch, they're like quality leads. Like I got an optometrist, I got another plumber, a printing shop, a high-end meal prep guy who does like meal preps for like athletes and stuff, and then another print shop. So this is like a better batch, I guess, because usually it's just like I get like a lot of like lotions, like selling lotions and shea butters and I don't know whatever else.
Yeah, I know. So I guess like, are you saying is your ad set and ad set up correctly for this month then, or no? It sounds like it's set up correctly for this month.
It's set up correctly for February. It says only in February. So March, I mean, I have some time obviously, but when March comes around, it'll be outdated.
Okay, I see. So you're asking for the future.
Yeah.
Okay, so my suggestion is still the same then. It's like don't touch it unless it's broken. So if March comes around and you're still getting quality leads, just don't mess with it. I see, and you've probably seen this before. People run Black Friday ads and they've been running until January. Why? Because they just work. So don't mess with it if you got a good pocket and good people. If
So it could be March and April and still say February.
that's totally fine. Because the most
Okay.
important will be the pocket. It's gonna be the ad set. If you're getting good quality traffic, that's the only thing that matters, man. If by the time March rolls around, you're getting shit traffic, the quality has dropped, the costs have increased, then duplicate the ad set and then again change it to the appropriate month. That's what I would do if I were you.
So every month change or
If
yeah, but keep saying the month. Okay.
so, you basically changing that is like the last course of action. It's literally the same advice you would give her of like the font doesn't matter, this doesn't matter, that doesn't matter. Same thing. Yes, I know you're talking about copy, but it really doesn't matter if you get a good pocket of people. That's more important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, and then just a question for Mason. Are you doing another office hour?
Mason, you offer an office hour now. You got to do them every week, bro.
Yeah, dude, what the fuck? No, I'm just joking. What's up, Redarte? Why? What's going on?
My calendar's all jacked up, so it was my bad. Like I repurposed my HVAC niche calendar for this now 6 week 6 figure, and now it's duplicating um the leads into like the other pipeline, and I'm not getting notifications for it, and like for it's been sending text messages as reminders for my leads, but for some reason like one it did not, and I don't know why. Like I looked through it, there was no booked, there was no reminders, and so I just I wanted to make one from scratch, and I don't see where you can add um connections on a new one. I want to connect my Gmail calendar so that way it's on my phone.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
when I did that from scratch, there wasn't an option to connect it. And I don't know why.
I got you. I'll shoot. I mean, do you guys want me to do an office hours things again? Was that like helpful or
It was helpful for me.
Jeremy's thumbs up, Daniel thumbs up, Cameron's ignoring me.
I missed that last one you did, but I definitely will try to hop on the next one if I'm like not tied up at work or something for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something that's like something that you have to go to, but I'll throw them in every once in a while, but just because sometimes it does take me a little bit of time to get back to you guys. And if I can just a couple times a week, maybe one or two, where I can just open up a Zoom call and whoever joins and gets help. I'm willing to do that. So I should be good tomorrow, Daniel. I'll let everyone know exactly what time as soon as I know, and I'll post it in there as soon as I can.
Sweet.
Sounds good.
Mason, you're cursing yourself, man. You're about to be on Monday, Wednesday, Friday tech support. Hey, man.
And then the new channel you posted, I was just wondering like what you thought about what I said, like what my thoughts were on that, if you agree with that, or
What did you say?
um
Did you post in the journal tab?
I think it was general. Right there, yeah.
Either going back to HVAC from this angle or wait until I found a niche. Or I have another plumber on the hook. I mean, I think it could work really well for you, Udarte, because the offer, the thing is, it's I don't know, man. Like you're getting traction with this stuff, right? You're getting traction with the six figures and six. I like seeing the traction with you, man. Um,
Yeah.
what do you want to do, or what do you think you should do? I think either way you're gonna have bottlenecks. Like right now, the bottleneck that you're having, like you're closing deals, and I feel confident you're gonna keep closing deals, but you're gonna have to get better at like speaking to people, onboarding them, setting proper expectations. Like that's the issue that you're gonna deal with, right? Like we're already seeing that with her. You're gonna do that until you get better at it, and it no longer is an issue for you. And it's gonna be a few months, I think, before you just are you've done enough reps where you just know what you need to say to people so that they shut up and follow directions.
So wouldn't that mean that like it's better to give leads instead of having them do all this shit?
So part of me is thinking, yeah, like it's gonna be easier for you if I feel like it sales might be easier potentially for you because it's such a straightforward conversation. Um, but the thing is, operationally, like you're gonna have to figure out some stuff for operations as well. Like you're gonna have to figure out, okay, saying, I don't know, like you're gonna have to send them the right email after the conversation. You're gonna have to. I can foresee some operations being issues, but I think that's gonna be the same case with 6 figures and 6 weeks as well. I guess where my mind is, man, for you is okay, I'll make a suggestion, but what do you think you should do and why do you think you should do it? I guess like try to sell me on
Um, I think that okay, well, I'll tell you what I want to do. To me, the easy way out is just to give the leads, right? Like it's easier, it seems easier at least at face value. Like I won't have to do any onboarding really. It's just scraping numbers, like calling and saying like, hey, I can do this every week for you, or whatever, and then do that. That's like the easy way out. But I wonder if it's better for me to go down the 6-figure 6 week, find a client that I'm successful with, and see if that's a good niche, and then if that fits in this model as far as texting owners to deliver leads.
I don't think that's a bad route. I mean, I would I would look at it as, yeah, just keep doing the 6 figure because it's working for you. You're closing deals, you're gonna build skills, you're gonna kind of figure out what works. And then once you like, hey, Kushik, I really like this niche, man. I really like plumbers. Like it's pretty easy to get them results. Let's see if we can tackle plumbers with this new business model. Yeah, dude, like I think that'd be fantastic. I think that'd be like, I don't think there's anything wrong with going that
Mhm.
route.
Okay.
So if I were you, I would just keep an eye out in this channel, right? And just kind of listen to the guys, hear what the guys are saying, what they're doing. Maybe there's something that sparked for you. Maybe, yeah, just kind of keep an eye so that when you are ready to do this business model, you kind of are learning from other people's experience and kind of seeing what they're doing, how they're feeling forward and stuff. That's probably what I would
Okay.
do. Thoughts?
Yeah. And if I have some time, I think I'll like continue the 6 fig. So I'm gonna continue 6 weeks, 6 figures, but like see about on the side, like
Yeah.
you know, putting out some like HVAC stuff maybe, or so, I don't know, seeing if I can get that going.
What are you? I mean, this is what I told Aman. Were you here for this?
Um, no, I was, but I wasn't paying attention. I had a guy here measuring stuff.
You're good. So
Not penises. He was measuring windows.
So here's what I was telling Owen. So step one is like first make a list of like some business owners that you're interested in that you feel like would meet the criteria. So when I say the criteria, this is from the Google Doc.
Right.
So you know what I'm talking about or no?
Yeah, you're looking up
From last week.
yeah.
So this is page, I don't know, page 1, 2, 3. Yeah, page 3. And so they have to meet this criteria. So that's step one. Step two is then like you can do research on AI to see which one of those is the most profitable. So, so for example, like what is the revenue? What is the cost of fulfillment, the cost of goods? And then on average, what is it going to cost on through ads to basically make a sale? This way you kind of figure out what's most profitable out of those that you're like, hey, this resonates the most with me. Then from there, you can run ads in a location and see if it works. So you can run some HVAC ads like Revere did. You can run some, duct ads, whether it's for your client or you run it for yourself, spend your own money. And then work those leads. By the way, don't just run the ads, like work the leads. Like see, like that's what Riviera did. He ran the ad, got somebody, hopped on a call. That person was ready to spend money. And then once you're like, okay, cool. Then you can do the hooking of business owner, which is what I'm doing with Cam and Riviera right now. And for this, all we're doing is we're scraping the business owners, sending the text, hopping on a call, and then again, in the
Right.
Google Doc, there's some. Did you see like there are some calls already?
No.
So, um, if you come in this doc, Cam did three back-to-back calls and he hooked all of them. So you can like come in and actually like listen to the calls and see what he's doing. Also inside the course, I updated it. So if you come to the free to fee section, come down to free to fee, you can see Drew's actual calls, call 1, 2, 3, 4. And so you can do these calls to hook a business owner. And if you can hook them, I would say that's 80% of the game. If you know you can run ads for like plumbing, they work. And two, if you can hook a plumber to do a free trial, like that's it. That's like 80% of the game.
Mm.
The rest is just getting better and better and better, just doing more and more reps.
Do you do research in as far as cities like Drew did?
I don't think that's super important. Like, I mean, yeah, I don't like what when Drew even explained it, he said that it wasn't like necessary. So yeah, I don't think it's necessary.
Okay.
I think kind of just use common sense. It's like, okay, look, if I'm gonna sell, freaking if the niche I want to go after is like landscaping, I'm not gonna go to Alaska, right? I'm gonna go to California, I'm gonna go to Florida, I'm gonna go to Oregon. Yeah. Does this help a little bit or
Yeah.
yeah. So if you wanted to do it on the side, like I fully think that's a good idea too. Do a little bit on the side while you're doing the six figure if you got the time for it, go for it.
That's the rub right there is the time.
Yeah. Yeah. So either you can try to find some time or you can just wait for people to come to you their six figures 6 weeks and just kind of see what aligns. If something aligns, great.
Yeah.
What else you got, man?
That's it for me, man.
Cool. All right then. I think next we got
See you guys.
see you, man. Mr. Lackey. What's going on, man?
Not much. Getting a little bit more sleep.
You look better this week compared to 2 weeks ago. You look dead.
Thanks,
You guys,
dude.
you guys figure out a routine?
No, the routine is just there is no routine. The baby won't let you have a routine.
Just kind of gotten used to it.
Yeah, it's just on the fly. It's it's my body's getting used to it though, which is nice.
Good.
Um, yeah. So yeah, I'm kind of trying to figure out. I think the only way this, maybe probably not the only way, but the main way right now that I'm thinking that this could work for Drew's strategy with duck clean in terms of the leads that I get business owners is they're looking for a quote.
Yeah.
I can't really like figure out another way that would be like not confusing and not a headache and not be a hit towards like the system in a negative way. So if it's free quotes or just the ads I got to run, I got to test that. Me and Michael had a call yesterday morning. He started out the call. He just looked like Eeyore from Penny the Pooh. He just looked so sad. He's like, "Hey man, how you doing?" I'm like, "I'm doing all right. How you doing?" He's like, "I'm doing all right, dude. I'm just gonna kind of cut to the chase. Like, I hate these calls." And I'm like, "Oh fuck, me too, Michael." God damn it. Then he put me down, and then I was like, I hit him with the idea where, how about he doesn't charge me at all, but if he's allowing me to use, because he wants to use that, he's like, he talked to his wife, and he's like, we're almost up to breaking even with where like the costs because the past 3 weeks have just been trash. I've been trying to get him to do the switch with the product and the price to go from like duct cleaning to dry ring cleaning, or go from like the $249 deal to just free quote. And then that would result in a lot less quality leads, but then we could work the lead forms to ask more questions. So if they're serious, they're taking it, they would take the time. So that's how we could filter out the quality with the volume and balance that out. But then, yeah, we never got to that point. So we kind of hopped on a call yesterday, put me down. I kind of hit him with the pitch where, how about this, dude? Like, what if you don't charge me like, or I don't charge you anything, and we still kind of keep this going because I have a couple clients that are at the same stage as you, Michael, at the 3 month mark, and kind of like the voice notes I've been sending you. The next stage would be to move to the dryer vent cleaning and or just change the price. And I just kind of told him straight, flat out. I was like, to be honest with you, Michael, like because you could tell he was bummed out and he told me like, yeah, dude, it really sucks because like I was telling my wife like I really love having you around, like, and if I do find a system by myself, I think I'm gonna hire you back just to manage it because I really like the way that we work together. And I love how like if I send you an idea, it just comes to life. And I'm like, yeah, dude, like I learned a lot from you, and I think you learned a lot from me. So it's not like a negative thing at all. And I totally understand. But then I kind of told him like my clients are at the same point that he is, and my whole business model was like, I'm really good at sales. I just made this up, but I was like, I'm really good at sales. So my business model is juicing the $249 deal, and then when I lose a client, to go to the next client. But now I'm really trying to focus on retention. And with you, I believe that that is the next step. And we're kind of at the point right now where we're kind of dropping off. But my clients are at the same point. So no harm, no foul. If you want to leave me, I'm not going to twist your arm, get you back. But I will let you know how the free quote thing goes with my other clients and how the price change goes with them. Then I can come back and then we can try that if you're open to it. Because he already told me like he's interested in letting me run his thing. So then he's like, yeah, man, that sounds good. And then I kind of thought of another idea where I was like, what if you just don't charge me anything? You just give me a certain amount of ad spend, and then that's it. And the reason why I wouldn't charge you is because I'm using you as my guinea pig. So if you're letting me use your ad spend, which is only experimental stuff to get results for you, you don't have to charge me anything. That's kind of the trade-off for you to be my guinea pig, but it helps me out because I got another client and a few other clients are at the same stage as you. So it'd be really nice and beneficial for both of us. And he's kind of lit up. So that's kind of what we're doing right now. But I think I'm going to run the free trial offer or the free quote ads for him, see what comes back, and then immediately after make a Facebook page and Instagram page or that other stuff and get leads for those people that I already hooked. But yeah, I don't know.
Have you seen any ads that are like for free estimate or anything like that? Free estimate, free quote.
Yeah,
You have?
a lot.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, my fear is how good the quality is going to be and how much you have to actually spend on ads to get a deal closed. That's my fear.
Yeah.
It's like you can send 20 leads over, but if 20 leads suck balls, they're not gonna, it's gonna be hard to get them to go from a free to a fee.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about the exact same thing. The only thing that I can think of doing there is putting in enough questions on the form where at a certain point somebody who's not interested would drop out. But all the questions would be helpful to hand off to the business owner in order to make a decision.
An ad that goes to like a funnel.
Sorry?
You tried an ad that goes to a funnel, like it goes off social media and goes into a funnel.
No, not yet.
One thing maybe is try that. So have an ad, right? I think this is what Drew does. I think he has an ad and then they go into like a funnel and it's kind of like a survey, ask questions. And that's how, remember when Drew has his calls, he's like, hey man, I need somebody that needs a 10-foot thing or whatever. How does Drew know that? Drew only knows that because he has something to fill out on a funnel. Like it's not through a lead form, instant form. It's through here. So I think maybe you can give this a shot. Like, I don't know what the ad needs to say. I don't know what Drew's ad says. They come here, they fill this stuff out. And then from there, you're like, hey, I need somebody that needs like 20. I don't know how you guys speak. Like hey, would it be a good fit? 20 duct cleaning, da, 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 da. And then they might let it be like, oh, heck yeah, I want to talk about that.
I've been studying Drew's calls, trying to get as much info out of as I can without actually like hopping on a call with him or whatever. And he said he uses lead form ads, so he never showed it. So maybe he just used the term lead form ads, but he's just got his own form on a funnel. But he used the term lead form. So I don't know if that's accurate or not, but
Did he say that on a hook call? Or did he say that on a when did he say that?
he said you'll get all the forms and all the like my number on my website will go straight to you on the hook call. But when he was explaining it to the group, he talked about like when he was going over the ad manager, like whoever was in the chat was asking him questions. Like, yeah, man, it's like super simple. Like it's a classic lead form thing. Really, just fill out a lead form. He used the word lead form, so I don't know if that's accurate. It could have been I heard it wrong. I don't think I heard it wrong. But he might have just been talking about a regular form off the funnel or on a funnel.
Now that you mentioned that, that's jogging my memory. I do think I remember him saying that.
We'll say, here's my story. If it was,
I'm not gonna
I don't want to waste your time.
find it.
We're having that kind of transparent talk with them leads very quickly to trust building.
I think you could find it.
Any question on that one?
My memory is correct. The visual when he said lead form was looking at the ads manager. So if you find
And so I got that right? And then you jump over to Facebook ad manager, and I would show you here.
So it's a lead campaign.
Then Jupiter right here, stuff in here. And so I would spin up an ad campaign. I'm just showing you kind of the building blocks of what I would do.
Cost per result set per on Facebook lead. So yeah, this is an instant form ad.
yeah.
Go after. And the reason I don't neglect the Google side anymore is because of the organic side. But Mason, to your question now, like quite literally in the past 3 weeks, I'm looking at these numbers and I'm getting, this guy's $17 leads. It's kind of like, well, man, I would rather just go into bigger markets where I know there's just bigger, search volume. Say, let's say Atlanta, LA, the bigger cities. And rather than doing the due diligence, just spin up an ad, spend $20 and see what's the cost of a lead coming in. The moment I have them, I just pick up the phone and just go grab a business owner because I know it's already going to generate.
Sure. Really quick, just to make sure, because there's a lot here that we've gone over so far. And I want to make sure, first of all, that I'm even understanding correctly. So to me, what I'm kind of gathering from Can I Compete in, based off of search, do a little search, I can be a big fish. So anyways, you're right. It's an instant format, I think. So never mind. I would still consider testing it, right? Consider testing
Yeah.
it.
I think what I'll do is I'll just rip the lead form. Like I'll do the higher intent version of lead forms instead of more volume, and then just add a bunch of questions. I think like square footage of a home. Have you ever ducks cleaned before? Do you have pets? Just like enough where they're really easy to answer, but if someone's not interested, they're probably just gonna pop out. And then hope they find a nice medium of like an ad quality to give to hand over, and maybe one gets closed or
Yeah, test it. I if I were you, I would start with, if I were you and you were to do the get a quote or whatever, I would start with just getting a quote and make it very basic, and then I would add more friction.
yeah.
I would add more friction right from the get-go.
Okay.
Because we want to just even prove, like, because you've seen other people running these quote ads, but we don't know exactly how well they work, what the cost per lead is. So do the lowest barrier entry first and then increase resistance. If
I
we
mean, what I'm doing right now is a lead form for a $97 deal with my other client. And they're getting so many people that like don't remember. I think friction's good for the sake of like people actually remembering. Because I don't know how to turn off the pre-filment thing. I don't know if anybody else here knows how to, but I've tried to. There was one time where it let me, and then I came back and it was off. It was off again. So, if I don't add questions, it seems like they just forget that they even did it at all because they just press one button, all their info goes in, they go do their day, and they just don't even remember.
you
Um,
try adding friction to the one that you have right now? Does it have friction?
the only one the only question that I've added is when was the last time you got your ducks cleaned, and everyone's clicking it. I don't know if everyone's clicking it, but it's super easy to fill out. I bet you there's not much of a difference. It's like never 3+ years or 1 to 2 years, the smiley face, and that's it. Um,
You are doing, because there's two versions, right? There's like low intent, high intent. So you are doing high intent.
there's like more volume, which is just super basic, I'm pretty sure. And then there's high intent, and then there's another one called something custom, but I'm doing the high intent one.
Okay, cool. So you're already doing it then. You're
Yeah,
just saying do that one, but you're gonna add more questions. I see.
exactly. Yeah, the one that I only have right now is that one, but I'll add more.
Okay, got it.
And then yeah, I think that's the next stage. Like I've hooked these people. What I'm getting, Koshik, is like this is a volume game, yeah.
Hmm.
Like you just want to like you're just gonna want to get as many hooks as you can, give as many leads as you can. Like if you have the time in the day, just keep doing that until you have a rhythm. Because these conversations seem very easy, and the tone that Drew is using is very much like, yeah, man, like I work from home, and I just got really good at ranking websites on Google. And I happen to have one in the Westchester area that's absolutely popping off. I have all these duct cleaning leads coming in, and I just don't have anybody to service them. And I found you guys online. Like it's just very like, his tone is just so like, he's just hanging out. If you want him, you want him. If you don't want him, I'm just gonna go to your competitors type thing. It's like,
Yeah, do you find the conversation pretty easy to
oh
have?
God, there's this one. My first call was I've had a couple bad calls. It's like a new territory for me because I'm talking really fast because I want to get it over with, and then like the switch happened where I just kind of lay back in my chair. I'm like, yeah, man. So I just got like really good at like I'm in Canada. Like you can, there's not many like you don't there's not very many walls. I'm obviously lying. Like I don't have a website, but in terms of me like trying to protect this shell that I have till I close the deal. It's a very thin shell compared to what I was doing before. Like the first call I had, I was talking really fast, and this guy, you could tell by the voice he used, he just cuts to the chase. He's just one of those guys, cuts through the bullshit or whatever he thinks is the bullshit. And I was like, yeah, man, and I got a bunch of free leads, and then we could work out something on the back end. He's like, yeah, dude, there's no such thing as free leads. And you said that the quote that you needed for is like for a 2,500 square foot house. If you get thousands of leads every day, like you're talking about, you know that you only give quotes after the amount of ducks that are in a house, not the square footage. And I was like, okay. And he's like, and there's no such thing as free leads. And I was like, yes, there is. Like I already lost him. So I was like, Yeah, there is. And then he just hung up, and I was like, all right, let's figure something else out. That's not working. Let's go to the next one and just take a breath before you hop on the call. That was brutal. Um, but they're getting better. But yeah, I do like like
Compared
you
to
do have
the
to sell, but the selling is more so in the amount of, yeah, why not? Like there's no contracts. I'm not giving you my number. It's free leads. And to them, I even told a couple people that I'm like, honestly, dude, like give me your email, give me your number. Is this the best number to send you the leads at? And they're like very transparent. I'm like, yeah, man, like if you think about it, the worst comes to worst. I either send you the leads or I don't send you the leads. That's the only thing that happens here. Like, I either send you the leads and you make a few deals, or you don't, or I just don't send you the leads and you never hear from me again. Like, there's no really loss other than like the time we've already talked. So to them, it's like, yeah, I guess so.
are
If
you
you,
implementing that on your calls? Is that what you're saying? Like something like that? No?
yeah, yeah, maybe I shouldn't, but I'm not even, I have the script, but when you start to talk, he kind of says like only certain main points over and over and over again. Like I work from home, and then it's like, yeah, I think we could work at something on the back end, and then so yeah, you want to go give it a spin, give you a couple free leads, and it's just like the things that he says. I feel like all the middle stuff, it probably helps a different, but I think the middle stuff is just try to build some rapport and be a chill, nice guy and act normal.
So like to answer your question, like, yeah, I think that that's the name of the game is like just do a high volume of these, hook as many people as you can, get as many leads, and like understand some people are going to turn, some people are not. Like, just that's it. Just build it out.
Yeah.
Um, if you can build something that has like that works insanely well, then you can keep people longer, charge more. But yeah, I think that's it. I mean, there's not much more to it, man. It's not that complicated. It's not nearly as complicated as like the niche funnel. Not even
Yeah.
close.
Yeah. It's and then I think the other so the stage is pretty much now, I think for me, is are running free quote ads, see if you can get high quality leads to come out on the other end. Because a free quote, I've put myself into a free quote for a mortgage just because I'm like, oh, I wonder, you know what I mean? Like I can't afford a house, but I was like, oh shit, like it's just something. It's just kind of fun in a weird way, actually. So I can I imagine there's gonna be a lot of like bad stuff in there, just low quality shit. Um, but because the commitment level on that type of ad and offer is so low, and the reward is so good for not having to commit to anything at all. Um, but yeah, maybe I think maybe that's why I think maybe a funnel like a landing page could be good to kind of, if they watch a video, really kind of sell them that extra mile, because the ad will get them to the page where they can put in their info to get a quote. But then if there's a video before that kind of saying, um, we'll give you a free dryer vent with it, or some, I don't know quite yet. I think I'm just going to experiment with what we talked about, and then we can go from there. But those are thoughts that I'm having for what I could see happening.
That's it. Like, just run the ads, man, and work the leads, and kind of take it from there. If you have questions on that, you can ask Riviera. That's literally what he did. Um, that's kind of the key part. Is like just work them until you figure out like, okay, how many is it going to take to get a really good lead? Um, so what
Did
I'm
Riviera he got a lead for HVAC and handed it over?
Riviera, basically what he did is he did the part that you're about to do right now. He did not do the previous part. The previous part, which is like hooking the business owner, he did not do that part. So you guys are like exact opposites.
Oh, so he got a lead for HVAC and then warmed him up to hand him off to their boss later on, but he's just looking for the boss.
He did not. Yeah, he tried to hit up a few business owners, but he was not able to hook them. So that's where his bottleneck was.
They thought
Gotcha.
it was like too good to be true, or they. I was just like it was like you said, Cam. It was like new to me, so it's just like they almost think it's like bullshit. So or they're like get on with the bullshit or
Yeah.
whatever. But it's like no, it's actually a $15,000 unit they want. It's a 19-year-old HVAC unit, and they fucking want it. Like,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
kind of it's a weird kind of flip going into this compared to like the niche down, like what we've been doing with the ads. And right now, this sounds like salivation. But I gotta see what leads I can actually get and see if the business owner can close those leads. Because or else this whole thing just is not gonna work.
If it's that would be the most important thing. Sorry, I was trying to see if I can pull some of these up to see if they have any business pages. I'm gonna see if they're running, what ads they're running. That's what I'm curious about. Is like I'm curious what ad Drew is running. I wish I asked him. I don't know if we put it up.
I
What
think I
ad?
might have it, or I could send the link.
You have the ad that Drew is running
Yeah.
for? Really?
Give me 1 second.
That
I'll
would be,
pull it up.
if you can do it, then that would help Cam out a lot.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. Oh, you're doing concrete specifically, Cam?
No. I'm doing duct cleaning, but if I can see like
Okay,
how,
but see the ad. It's
yeah.
honestly the world's shittiest ad. When I was watching it, I was like, man, when Drew said, oh yeah, I tried my own really cool ads and did this whole thing based off that and it was shit. And then I went to this, oh screw it, I'll do that shitty ad I saw and sure enough it worked. But yeah, give me 1 second. I think I have it here.
Are you able to go like funnel hack it? Like, can you see what happens after?
Um, you know what? Maybe
Because that's
maybe
kind of
I
what.
don't have it because the page I was originally like the tab I had open for his Facebook ad library, like the Deltona Concrete. It's not currently running that ad anymore, so it's kind of like when it looks like it's gone now. So I should have screenshotted it, but it was just like a very like basic ad. I forgot the offer, but it just flipped through like very stock images of like concrete driveways. Very really pixelated almost. And it just I don't know if there was an offer, honestly. I was really surprised that that was working. I remember that.
Where did you get it from? Can you remind me?
His Deltona Concrete Facebook. And then I just went to like if it's running Facebook ads.
Like you went through like one of his clients that he discussed on the coaching call? Like
Um,
I'm wondering how you got there is what I'm
I don't know. I was probably watching the call, just absorbing everything. I probably saw him like flip a tab open or maybe just talk about like an area he was doing. And then I think maybe I went to like one of his landing pages that he had curated and then based off that found the Facebook for it. And then I went in and to the ad library within that. But for that was Deltona Concrete and I don't think I have an yeah, I don't think I have another one.
And drive it to them.
Yeah, if you find it, please
He may
share it.
have shown the ad in that video. But
I could have sworn
yeah.
I was saying the ad was ugly
He
as
must have
hell.
just showed it for a quick second or something because it got me to actually look it up and try to find it. Um
Yeah, Cam, if you find it, let us know. But yeah, Cam, like you're on the right page in terms of what you need to do. Yeah.
All right.
Um,
But yeah, it's a sweet deal. Like I didn't lose Michael, and we kind of got the sweet thing doing where he's kind of also like, he's like, I feel bad for you working for free. Because to me the value is in just I'm like I was gonna lose you, so it's like if I can keep you on and use your ad spend to experiment with something that I need to do right now, like it's perfect timing for that. And he said he would pay me per job just because his morals would let me just work for free. But I'm like, you're letting me use your ad spend, okay? I'm not gonna stop you. Sounds good.
you had a good one, man. When you first messaged me, you're like, I lost Mike. I was like, no.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
you're
No,
like,
that
but I
worked
got
out
him.
good.
Like, yeah. No,
Yeah.
we gotta keep him around, man. But that's good, man. I'm glad.
Yeah, and
Um,
he's like super open to me doing literally whatever. Like he's like, I don't give a shit, man. Like try all the offers, try all the different price points, as long as it's not like $49 99. Like he has like I know what range he's looking for, but he's like, just do whatever you want. Obviously, if you're holding a knife saying like if you don't let us come in your house and do a duck cleaning, I'll kill you. It's like obviously don't do that. But like anything else, he's like, yeah, you're good, dude. So that's a lot of creative freedom for me to experiment with his money. So it's kind of nice. I'm not making money, but if I, he's kind of, if you think about it, like he's paying me per job, so he's paying me to get the results that he's paying me to get them. So it's kind of like, I don't know how much per job, but I was like, that's completely up to you, dude. Whatever you think is nice.
there aren't these ads by any chance, are there?
Claim your $1,000 savings this week only.
Not these ads. There wasn't anything like this.
Claim your 1,000. Claim your one.
Say goodbye, crack concrete. Okay. All right. Anything else, man, that you want to go over, Kim?
Um, Oh yeah, so for Michael, since I got his ad spend to work with, should I test out the drive-in offer to see, because it's kind of like the free quote first to tell if I should, because I need the free quote to understand if it makes sense to move forward with Drew's strategy. But the drive-in offer is switching the thing, which you and I kind of talked about. That's more of like the drive-in offer will let me know if I can go another month with somebody for like longevity. The free quote offer is to see if I can run Drew's thing. So I'm just trying to figure out which one makes sense to go with first. But at the same time, there's no skin in the game for me to do either or because Michael's like, do whatever you want, dude. Just have the limit for $3,500 or $35 daily. And he's like, after that, I don't give a shit. So maybe I will start with the free quote, then move to the drive-in offer. Um,
I would do. If I were you, that's what I would do.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, if you can spend, I mean, it's up to you. I don't know what your situation is, but speed, right? Speed. So if you can spend enough for us to figure it out within a week, we don't really want to, spend 2, 3 weeks for you to validate this. Like you want
Right.
to, like Revere, how long did it take you to run the HVAC ads to see like there was something here? Like how many days were you running the ads?
Um, Dude, I got a lead like within like an hour. I remember being like, "What the fuck?" And then when I called him, he was like, "Yeah, I have a 19-year-old unit. Think it's about time to get a new one." I'm like, and I asked him, he's like, "It's a two-story house and off like 3,000 square foot of land." And I'm like doing the math in my head. I'm like, "That's like a 15 or 20K probably job." So I
So
was like, and then eventually it just got like what I'm gonna do now is like probably just call them until I can hook them, and then I'll launch the ads. But I don't think it was too anxiety inducing trying to get that lead to somebody before they went cold.
So like you just ran the ads for like a day before you knew like, hey, there's something here, or like did you run it for longer? Like were you running?
Probably like 4 or 5 days.
So that's what I'm getting at, Cam.
I got like a couple leads from it.
Like 4 or 5 days is how long, we should realistically spend before it's like, hey, this stuff works or doesn't work. That's kind of what I'm
Okay.
getting.
And in terms of the people that I've already hooked, should I just like kind of, I mean, I can try to keep them warm, I guess, but because
Um,
I don't know, I just spent like one day doing it, and Drew's strategy is if they don't text you back in the first 10 minutes, then they're no bueno. So I could get new hooks in like within 30 minutes to actually.
so the hooks that you did get are they all like in a particular location or are they different locations?
Yeah, I started with Miami. So they're all in Miami, these ones.
Okay.
And I texted like a bunch more this morning, just didn't call them because I was busy with the baby. But I can call maybe 4 or 5 of them that responded with the first 10 minutes tomorrow. So I have options, but they're all Miami right now. I haven't moved.
Okay. So I'll give you the steps. So I have a question. Step one, launch it with Michael's budget. If you can spend some of your budget, that would be fantastic, just to speed it up. Keep those guys warm in the meantime, because you already did it. You might as well fucking keep them warm. You might as well. Why lose them? Might as well keep them warm. It's not going to cost you any energy. And then if you confirm something works, then run ads in their location and then try to hand them off.
Run ads in their location. Okay.
So step one, keep them warm while you use Michael's budget. As soon as you have some of that, you feel like, okay, there's something here, then run ads and then get them over to connect them to the business owner.
Yeah. And then what would you recommend doing to keep them warm? Just like the one guy texted he was going into labor with his wife, like in the hospital. I was like, oh shit, no way. Cool. What would you recommend? Like, do you have a go-to? Um,
Hey, for that guy, you should know. Like you just went through that. It's like, hey, how are you doing? Are you alive? Are you getting sleep?
the baby nerd.
You know that.
He was like on
Uh,
the phone in the hospital. He's like, yeah, dude, my wife's kind of pissed at me right now because I'm talking about getting leads while she's in pain. I was like, why are you talking? I mean, good, but why are you talking to me? I'm glad you are, but
um,
um, the offer's that good.
yeah, the offer is that good. Yeah, man. I just, you just reach out and be like, hey, John, just checking in, make sure that were you still up for I don't know, man. I don't fucking know.
All right. Neither do
Wait,
I. Yeah, I don't think it really matters. I'll figure something out.
figure something out, man. I'm sure you figured something out. Um, just keep them
Um,
warm. That's good. Keep them warm.
all right. Okay.
What else you got?
Cool. Yeah, I don't think it makes sense now. I feel like we don't, if we're gonna have a call with Drew at all. Is that a possibility?
So that's what I'm saying is like I want us to do as much work on the front end first
Yeah.
before
Packing the
anybody
questions up.
before
Storm.
anybody to Drew.
Yeah.
So respectful of his time. Yeah, so I don't think it makes sense to reach out to him right now. I think do the reps, and then you're gonna figure out when you do the reps, you're gonna figure out the holes in the funnel. You're gonna figure out the holes, and then once you figure out the holes, then you can ask him.
Right.
Finally found his ad.
Yeah?
Woo! I was digging, man. I was digging.
Sick.
I was digging into every single like hyperlink he puts on his sites. I guess he hyperlinks every single site he's currently running at once, just for SEO purposes, probably. But I found one that's actually live and actually using it. It's literally the same ad from the day we had that, what, 6 months ago, that coaching call. Same freaking ad, just new copy. It looks like new copy.
So, ladies and gentlemen, behold, with $44,000 a month.
Dude, I don't know how he does this shit.
Oh, let me play it.
I think you can turn up the quality too with the gear icon.
Wait, who did this ad?
The one and only Drew.
Oh my God, dude. He's an agency owner for sure, bro.
It's basically just music and then just the pictures change. Yeah.
Did you guys hear that or no?
No.
Oh, you guys couldn't hear it? Dang.
No.
Well, hey, you guys can pull it up. You guys will have in the chat.
I
But
saw one from the drywall that was 10% off as well. So I feel like that's a good.
So what is this at? 10% off, save now on concrete is your, maybe we already, so that's interesting. Okay. See, what I thought it was a free quote, because then you'd have to talk to a business owner, explain to them 10% off and this and that. So take it with a grain of salt, right? So maybe you guys can get a little bit creative with that. Maybe people don't even remember it's like 10% off. I don't know.
Well, there's a
It
get a
does,
free
it does have a
quote.
CTA for a free quote.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah,
There's
It
a
does have a
get
CTA for a free quote.
yeah.
on
Where
the
did you
bottom.
get this, Drew? Or I'm sorry, where did you get this, Daniel?
I was just off his site. I can actually link the site as well if you'd like.
Yeah, link the site so we can see where this is coming from. But yeah, that's like it, which is disgusting. But come up with something.
What's the other one? Same thing? Pretty much. Just different banner.
Let's see.
Because that the banner says free quote on that. They probably do forget about the 10% off.
So I guess it, does say get your quote here, free quote, get your concrete quote.
Yeah, Iman, remember in your ads, you're talking about like the more amateur, for some reason, the better the results. I wonder if there's some sort of connection there. Like, oh, this is the real world. Like those are clearly like that's a shitty. The person does not know how to work the camera, but you can damn do
Yeah.
some nice cement work.
Yeah.
For real. I
Maybe
think
that's
that's
what
it.
So you went from this site to boom. Oh wow. So they've been running, well, yeah, sheesh, man. Dang, that's crazy.
And I was thinking he probably runs like, I don't know, if he gets good SEO and ranks it to the top, if the Facebook ads shit the bed, I bet he still gets lead from the like just organically like fill-ins.
Yeah. But it's crazy if he's running ads for this long. Like
He
this is
praised
for
this area as being his best areas. I did remember him saying Jupiter was one of his, out of all like cities and all the things he tests, like this was one of the big ones
okay.
that just does really well, I guess.
So is he running? He's running the ads to. He's not running the ads to his website, right? He's running to a lead form.
Yeah, I think it
Um,
might be an instant form. Actually, I don't know, but
so yeah, so if you cannot if you click that and it goes and does something funky like this, that means it's, what I know for sure is it doesn't go into a funnel. And so I think this is, but we don't know if it's an instant format or if it's a messenger ad or a DM ad. I'm willing to bet it's an instant format. I don't think it's a DM ad. I don't think it's a PM ad.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Shit's crazy, man. It's crazy.
I do really like the idea because I feel like the more avenues you have to get more leads, the better because you can just dump them. Like I don't think the owner gives a shit where the leads are coming from as long as those leads are turning into jobs and they keep coming in. So I don't have the skills for that, but I like how if Drew ever wanted to come out one day and like make some content on it and charge for it, I'd love to see how he ranks the websites because the website that he has up looks really nice, but I think it's kind of like once you might spend some time on it, but once you have it, you can just copy and paste, change the name and the number to the owner, and that's it.
This right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Oh, like how to like do Google SEO and stuff. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, because it just seems like once you have it, you have
Yeah.
it. Like the way he was explaining it, he was like, you got to do certain things, and you won't know how to do these certain things unless you know. But once you know, it's super easy. Like especially if you have the site done, you just copy the site, paste it, and change the name to a different owner,
Yeah.
duplicate it.
Google SEO, I think Jeremy might know a little bit about it, but I know for sure Keith, who just joined a few weeks ago, that's like all he
Yeah,
does. Got like 10
that's
clients,
great.
all he does is SEO.
All right, I might have to contact Keith on that.
You contact Keith, and Keith owes you one, right, from your sales call, so probably help you out with this.
Um, yeah,
Cool,
yeah, I'll hit him up.
cool, cool. Thank you for that, Riviera. Thank you for digging that up, man.
Yeah, it's nice to see.
Okay, guys. Cam, anything else, man?
Nope. Unless you got something for me, I don't think so.
No, got nothing for you. Just keep me up to date.
Yep.
Cool, cool, cool. Next we've got Mr. Righteous. Journal update. Don't have making about 1 to 3 leads per day. How are you feeling, man? You sick? Are you sick? Or are you getting better?
No, I'm better, man. I'm back. I actually went to work today so that was cool. I tried to go in Saturday and I ended up going back home. I was like, yeah, no, this ain't gonna work. So I did get some rest and I'm back. So um just hearing what everybody was talking about as far as like the free to fee is just mind blowing because I'm still doing the 6 figure 6 weeks and it's just all about getting the reps. I wouldn't say that I'm having like any like problems per se. I just got to keep, getting the reps in, and for sure, I know a close will come. And I got some sales call lined up for this week. But yeah, the free to fee method is just it's a no brainer.
Yeah, I think so too. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Um, you know, getting started with this. We'll see what happens. Um, I guess so. How many sales calls have you? I guess like where are you at in terms of do you have questions or what can we focus on or what can I focus on today for you?
Yeah, so let me see. That is a good question. Because like I said, I'm still like I would say in the beginning, and I just need to, close the deal, right? Because even if I do like the free to fee, there's gonna be bottlenecks that I run to, and I'm like, holy shit, right? So for me, would you say I can do both? Like if I was to pick a niche in the free to fee method and just go all in on that as well, would that be something that is doable, or would you say just focus on trying to close one in a 6 figure 6 weeks? I know we talked about it a couple times, but
Yeah. See you guys. I would say for the free to fee, it's so the reason I have people do this is like multiple reasons, the 6 figure 6 weeks, but it's because a lot of the guys I move them on to building a niche funnel, which again is the same skills. Like you got to run ads, you got to be spending money, you got to do discovery sales calls. But the free to fee is like I think it's different skills. It requires like you're not as salesy, you're more laid back. It's like other skills that you have to work on. So for me, it's like I needed people to master this before I moved them on because like it's just gonna be more difficult. It's like you gotta master algebra before I get you to calculus. But now it's like algebra to calculus, but now it's like algebra to like history 101. It's like a different thing. It's not even math anymore. And so
Right.
it's like you really need to master algebra to go into History 101. You don't. You can go to History 101 without algebra. So to answer your question, I guess like you don't need this per se if you're gonna go into the free to fee method. If you're like, hey, look, I want to go free to fee method, I want to do that, then you don't really need this. To answer your question honestly.
Okay, okay. Okay, yeah, that's what I was pretty much getting at for sure. Cause I'm like, just juggling both of them, you know what I mean? I want to do something for sure. And when it comes to like the six figure 6 weeks, I feel like I was just getting really good. Like as far as hitting the leads, getting them on discovery call, booking the sales call as well. Just got to get the close, right? Now I only had like four, maybe five sales calls. So no, I've had more than that because I did have some for January. I think I was just focusing on well, no, yeah, total. Let's see, live.
So it's 16 booked. You have so actually let me go and add this up. So yeah, 16 booked, seven no show, five conducted. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's 12. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I'm typically seeing a close right around this point. Um, this is a little bit expensive. It's like you spent $400 this month to get on 4 live sales calls. You spent $300 on 1 sales call.
Yeah.
A little bit expensive. Is it because you were like sick and you couldn't work them, or you didn't push as many people, you disqualified people?
Possibly to being sick for sure. Like I wasn't able to hop on as many sales calls at all that week. I was pretty much toast. So it was pretty bad that week. Um, and
So
I ran the ads for January. I started on the 18th as well. So it was like kind of almost towards the end of the month. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but
hmm. So I guess I mean, where do you want to go from here? Like if you wanted to go into that, like, yeah, I guess like I'll leave it up to you. Where do you want to go and why do you want to go that way? And why do you think that's the best route?
yeah. I think honestly for me, free to fee is it's a no-brainer. Mainly because I do have a full-time job. So like I'm not able to like get, as soon as the lead comes in, I can, call them right then away when they're hot and then, book a sales call. I feel like doing the free to fee method, I've got a little more, leeway. It's just about running the ads, work those leads that are coming in, keep them hot, and then just pitching them to a business owner. So it's just a shorter route to success for me, I would say. Um, yeah, but it's just a no-brainer. I mean, like just watching that how simple the ad was and everything, I'm like, what the fuck? This dude is like this is mind blowing. I'm lost for words, but I'm like, it makes sense, It's like because I've heard a couple calls before with Drew on there and he was talking. So
Yeah.
yeah, I
Okay.
just feel like yeah, free to fee is the better route for me, just because like I do have the 9 to 5, and I could be hurting myself as far as just trying to do the 6 figure 6 weeks, but I'm hitting the leads at like a later time when I'm getting off. Uh, but that's pretty much all I have to say on that.
Okay. Cool, man. Well then, were you here for the part where I kind of gave the homework to Aman and Rodarte in terms of what to do?
I don't think so. I might have missed that.
Um, so sorry, there's someone. Yeah, this is it. So step one, what you want to do is you want to, so just what if you message me in Slack, what I'll do is I'll try to timestamp it for you because I'm gonna miss some steps right here. But basically it's just step one, create a list of like 10 businesses that meet the criteria. And when I say the criteria, actually I'll explain it to you. I'll go over everything right now. So yesterday the coaching, so what you want to do is you want to come into the Google Doc from last Monday. You want to scroll down to this part here, realize that this is the formula that works for Drew. And the 10 business that you select have to meet this criteria. They have to meet this exact criteria. And so step one is create 10 list of 10 businesses that meet that criteria. Then you want to start doing some research to figure out what's the most profitable. So you can come into ChatGPT, and you can search up things on ChatGPT. You can come in here and you can say, what is the profit for an average concrete job? And what is the average concrete job? Right? So you can do stuff like that to get an idea. So step one, create 10 businesses that meet this criteria for this business model. Step two is do a little bit of research to see what's the most profitable, right? So revenue minus cost of fulfillment, cost of goods, and then we don't know what the ad cost would be, but then you can also even type that kind of stuff in here. You can type in here like, what is the average cost per lead to sell concrete? What is the average cost per acquisition? Obviously, it's very hard to know from ChatGPT, but they can at least give you these other costs, these other things. I wouldn't necessarily trust them on Facebook ad cost per acquisition, but I would trust them on this other stuff here. So basic driveway, revenue is 5,000, 3,500, profit is this. So you think to yourself, okay, so for me, the way I would think about it is this, okay, the average concrete business owner, I'm going to help them sell $5,000 deals. It's going to cost 3,500. Okay, so if I get somebody, I don't know, if I get somebody 5 deals a month. So sorry, my calculator's a little bit slow. 5. Oh, it's because my battery's about to die. So calculator. So 5 times 1,500. That's about 7,500. And then from that 7,500, maybe I charge, $1K. And then maybe I charge $1,000 an ad, maybe $1,000 ad spend is going to collect those 5 deals. Boom, the business owner walks away with 5,500. So I'm like, okay, is this viable? Does this make sense? And so that's how I kind of make my decision on like, okay, which one of those leaves enough profit for them and for me? You kind of have to think to yourself, like, what do you want to charge? Like, obviously, the more they make, the more you can charge. And then from there, then what you can do is you can then run some ads to see if you can get some leads and then work them yourself. So literally what we just did going over, these ads, like you'd come up with ads, run them in a location, and then work those leads. So instead of spending your money on your 6-week sales funnel, you'd run ads for whatever that is, like fencing or concrete or whatever. You get the leads, you work them, and then from there, then you hook the business owners. And then to hook the business owners, that's again, you can have a conversation with me. And actually, when you're ready for that, we'll talk about that in here. We'll talk about that in here. So once you get to that stage, we'll talk about that in here. I'll give you like step-by-step instruction on like what to do to hook these business owners. Do that hook call.
Okay.
So that's pretty much it, bro. That's it in a nutshell. If you want to do that model.
Yeah, that sounds more doable than trying to hop on a bunch of calls to close some deals, and then I ain't even get to think about the service delivery part. So, yeah, this is more promising.
Okay, cool. So in that case, then we kind of we need to focus on next. In terms of questions, what questions can I answer for you in the meantime then?
I mean that's pretty much it. I was gonna ask about like niches, like which ones, but you said go ahead, find about a good 10 of them, make sure that they fit the criteria, and then go from there. So I think everything's pretty much clear.
The way I like to think about these niches, it's like I kind of like alluded to this last week. I don't know if I did the best job, but I kind of like think about like your typical blue collar, getting your hands dirty. So concrete, fencing, painting,
Bathroom
remodeling, like that kind of stuff. When somebody sees an ad, it's like, do you want an estimate for this thing? It's like, yeah. And then it's easy to explain. You know what I mean? It's like really easy. It's like, do you want concrete or not? Okay, tell me the square footage. Like very simple stuff.
Got you.
Yeah.
And I should keep my ads running on the 6-figure 6 weeks until I'm ready to launch this one and start getting that leads through the free to fee way.
Just if you're gonna do this method, bro, like just turn off the 6-figure 6 weeks ads. Then just turn them off. If you're not gonna do that method, if you're not gonna, yeah, just go and turn them off. I would say go and turn them off. You don't.
Okay.
there's no reason for you to keep them on if this is what you're gonna, if your heart is like, hey, this is what I want to do. I want to do this other model full time. Again, basically it's like 6 figure, 6 week. And the reason I do that is a lot of reasons, but it's to niching down funnel. But in your case, it's like this is like the free to fee method. And so when you niche down, this is just a more complicated version of this. Whatever the 6 figure, 6 week, this is like relatively easy mode compared to this. That's why it's like I try to get people to master this before moving on here. But in your case, the free to fee is just like completely different skills. So it's like you don't really need to master this. Somebody can come in here and just do this.
That makes sense. That
So
makes
that's
sense.
what I'm saying. Like you can just go and turn these ads off because the skills that you're learning here are not like really applicable here. Yeah. If you niche down and you did like what for example, what Ryan is doing, what Aman was doing, like I would say then in that case, yeah, you need to close somebody from the 6 figure, 6 weeks.
Got you.
But yeah.
Sure.
What else is going on in your mind, bro? Anything else that we can help with?
I mean, no, I'm about to get started. I'm about to get straight to work, bro. I'm like, there's what 40K per month,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
and he's not doing like discovery call. Well, I mean, he is doing like the calls and everything like that, but he's not like hopping on weekly meetings and coaching them and onboarding. Like he's like, hey, you want leads? Here you go. Like that's right up my alley.
Yeah, cool, man.
All right.
Yeah, just keep us posted. Keep us posted. Cool. Anything else? Anything you have for Mason? Any questions at all?
Actually, I do got some questions. Well, no, actually, no, I guess no, because I'm gonna be doing a free to feed, but it was doing it was for my follow-ups, like the day one, day two. I think on the automations, I probably made a mistake and set up like a 24-hour wait between like before it goes from day one, day two. That way it doesn't just send it all off in a day. But yeah, that was the only question I had regarding that. But I'm like, I probably don't even need to worry about it.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it.
Yep.
Cool. All right, then. I'm gonna move on to Ryan then, if that was all pretty much righteous.
Yeah, that's all. Appreciate you.
Cool. Mr. Ryan.
How you doing, lads?
Doing well, man. You back with us? Things settled down?
Yeah, kind of. I'm playing catch up still, but I'm getting there. Been in touch with just a few of my clients yesterday, just to see where they're at, what's happening, how busy they are, etc. Just chasing them up for videos. And so basically, I gave you an update yesterday, which is kind of where I'm at so far. But yeah, I'm kind of
So KPIs.
Yeah, that shit. The Excel spreadsheet. I kind of need you to run me through that so that I have a better understanding of how you want it typed out, like how it's supposed to be typed out and worked, because something's not clicking for me for some reason.
So what was the specific? Because I honestly I think Mason's gonna be better for this one. So the KPI lesson I had you watch, the one we talked about, what was the reason for me to suggest that to you? It's been a little while. Can you jog my memory in terms of like why I suggested watching that video? What was the problem that we're trying to solve, or what was the information we were trying to extract from there? Because the reason I created the video on KPIs, this one right here, yeah, this one right here, average KPIs metrics to watch. Is that the one that you watched?
No, it was the ones that you've got in the actual spreadsheets themselves, explaining how to use your spreadsheet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have a question on the spreadsheet, how to use the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, in that case, then I'll just hand it over to Mason. Then Mason can walk you through like what KPIs to be looking at and how to use it. Is that Mason, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just wondering what funnel are you talking about specifically? Are you talking about follower ads or DM ads? Because what you track is a little bit different.
Well, I guess we'll do both in that instance, because I know like Heidi basically just said, look, we're going to go straight into follow ads. So I'm giving her just a bunch of shit for like her actual page to run. But then the actual ads at the ad level, we're going to do follow ads off the get-go, and just try to get organic sales onto her programs via that initially, because it's not the sales aren't the urgent part.
Yep. Okay, so I'll show you.
Share the screen and do what you need to do. I'll just kind of sit back, relax.
Yep, I'm just grabbing both things right now.
But then I also need like our ads, like the ad I run too. So then I can fill up my spreadsheet appropriately. But then I can also track other people's spreadsheets.
Yeah, so technically you could use your IG follower or IG DM ads tracker for your clients and for yourself, because that's what you're running right now, correct?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So you can use the same exact tracker, but I just have, this is my DM tracker. What I just go over is like total marketing spend, how many DM messages we got, what's the cost per message, how many did we book? This just calculates to cost per book call. And then I have total calls taken, how many no-shows, how many sales, what was the cash collected, what was the cash contracted. And then it's just cost per call, cost per sale, show up rate, and close rate.
So you've come out and you've made your own one that's different too, because Sheik's format, isn't it?
This one, yeah, like this one I built myself for my clients.
Cool.
And then same thing with this one, where it was just essentially kind of the same thing, but $40, let's say it's 100. It should give me, I might have to go back in and do the automations or auto calculations, but this is just exactly what I used.
So how do you, I guess, manage it over a period of time? So like I see you've got dates. Are those, I know you're American, so you're probably going to be doing month, then day, then year.
Yeah,
So
so
that's 5 days.
just trying to think if I can find, because we use a different tracker now. Okay, so you can use something along the lines of this. So
Right.
I just do it by month. So April, May. So basically at the end of the month, I just go in, I do all my numbers manually, and then I just reset the tracker every single month. But it's just like super old school. There's anything like too crazy about it, but
What do
yeah.
you mean by reset the tracker every month? What?
Yeah, so for example, you would do all of April, and then
Yeah.
you would do you'd input April, and then you would do all of May.
Oh, okay, I see. So you're saying when you say reset the tracker, you're saying like the time
Yep.
period on the meta ads that you're grabbing your information from.
Well, yes, but it would technically be in the weekly one as well. So I write down my numbers every day, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, so you have a daily one, and then this is your monthly one. Oh, you have a
Correct.
weekly one, sorry, a weekly one, and then a monthly
So
one.
I have a daily one. So every single day, and then I take those and then I put them in the monthlies.
Can you share your daily one really quick? I think that
I
would
think
be
that's
helpful.
what it's just said before.
Yeah, it's just these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, blah, blah, blah. And then I just keep going.
Gotcha.
Right.
And then everything just would go here.
Okay.
And then he also has this other sheet. Mason, remember how in your program you shared like the outbound inbound sheet? You have like an outbound inbound sheet. I don't know if that would be applicable. I guess that would be applicable to, yeah, this one.
So this is
Not this one. It was a different one. It was for your setters.
oh, I said it. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Oh, I think I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, it's the one you create for your, it's,
Oh yeah, that one's super simple.
I don't know if that will help Ryan. I've seen that as well.
Are you talking about this one or no?
Yep.
It's either this one or it's this one.
No, it was the other one.
Okay. Yeah, so this is what I just generally do.
So he has his setters fill this out. So if it's like on the left side, it says inbound, outbound, inbound, outbound, inbound. And so every single day, it's like new messages, just like how many people are being messaged, discovery call pitch, just how many discovery calls are being pitched, bookings, and how many people agree to a discovery call. So obviously, again, you're not like necessarily ROI driven. But yeah. So is this helping?
What's the difference between the outbound and the inbound?
So the difference between outbound and inbound is your ads. So I like to separate things to kind of test how good I am doing organically versus how I'm doing in terms of paid traffic. So what I do is I have an inbound and an outbound setter. So the outbound setter is generally only supposed to take care of cold DM messages.
Yeah.
And then maybe following up with people as well. And then inbound is basically someone that takes care of all of the ads, stuff that comes
Right.
from the ads. So if they DM a certain keyword, they know what to do.
Okay.
Where these guys are just reaching out to likes or engagers to try to book calls.
Yeah. Cool.
Is this helping? Like, is this some of the stuff that you were looking for, Ryan? That
Yeah, it is. It is. Because the Excel spreadsheet that you had on, for some reason it wasn't making sense, but this makes a lot more sense. And I can make that up piss easy. And so I've just recorded, I've slapped the record on. I've recorded that's what that looks like, so that's all meant. I'll basically just copy that up. Piece of piss.
what else is going on?
I'll pull up my Slack. Fuck, that was a hard 5 days, these last 5 days. Basically just went dark.
Yeah. You can see that tan on your wrist.
Right, yeah. Cooked, man. I was like, I haven't kayaked my river boat for like 2 years, and then I had to put a 360 cam on my head and chase down these elites and like follow these elites down the rapids. And like then like for a little bit, for a couple of rapids, pull off to the side, wait for the next one to come down, follow them down a few more rapids. And there's one guy who's just fucking a machine. So I had like boosting up after him. I was like, holy fuck, this is hard work. But I couldn't say anything because the 360 cam has got audio and we're like creating this VR experience of the race. So, bro, hectic couple of days.
10,000 calorie burn days, man.
Oh, bro, that was stupid. And like I barely ate. Like when I didn't get coffee until like it was like 8:30 on Saturday night because we were there till the last athlete came through, which was almost midnight. Fuck, it was wild. Where? Oh. But it made me actually want to compete next year as opposed to like do the socials for it. So I'm probably going to do that.
Sounds badass.
Should have it. So I'm just pulling up my Slack so I can see any issues I've come across and I can quickly ask you. Right, yeah, so there was that young guy, that 17-year-old. He's like, oh, I've gone with a different agency. I was like, perfect. I'm actually happy about that. Because after getting them on and thinking like, oh, maybe this guy's got potential. And then I kind of thought about it a bit and I was like, man, this guy's not qualified. He's got no real PT experience. He's trained his mates and like what he wants to do, like his overall view and plan. I was like, it's real amicable and I could get behind it 100%. But when I was helping him try and get onto Facebook and the Meta and link up all our shit, I was like the more I talked to him, I was like, the more I realized like, nah, you're quite young and just a bit inexperienced and haven't got that presence that you actually need to be able to sell shit and sell your program and look after people and manage them. I was like, oh, you're just a bit green.
So you moved, signed up for another coach, or he signed up for something else?
Yeah, he signed up for like another, I think it's another coach, like a mentorship. Yeah. Jose, he sent through some stuff, but fuck, it was shit. So I've sent him back examples of what I need, and I've basically given him some set rules. Jess, she sent back some pretty good videos, hopefully, but it just sounds like she's whispering half the time, like she's afraid to do vocal, like let her voice go out when she's trying to send through an ad. So I'm gonna edit it up quickly. I got to do that today and see how that all comes up, but it should be all right when we start adding music and a bit of other shit in there. Heidi, yeah, already up to date with her. Um, this guy, he's a bit slow to respond, but he's slowly moving through it. And Anthony, he's kind of gone cold, where he's just starting to ghost a little bit. So I've still, out of the 6 that I had, I've got 4 definite who are still, we're churning it, where Sean's disappeared and Anthony's just gone a bit cold. So I think I got to reach out to him on Instagram instead of Slack because he just doesn't respond in Slack. I don't know if he hasn't got the app or something.
Did you do an onboarding with these guys or no onboarding with these guys?
Yeah, I did.
Did you drill him on Slack or no? Or he's just a little bit of
I did. Like I definitely got them off Instagram straight away and said, like, all our communication shifting here. We're going to just Slack because I need this all to be in one area. I can't chase everyone in these different apps. And they all sweet with it. But for some reason, yeah, Anthony's just a bit.
Yeah.
Don't
Did
know.
he how much did he pay? Did he pay for the ad spend, Anthony?
Yeah,
Yeah.
to the
Okay.
500.
Huh, I don't know.
So it's just sitting there for now. But I know I'm not too stressed. Like I'm gonna follow him up, but I'm not gonna spend all my time chasing him because I'm still trying to wrap my head around how to speed up this process because this has just been taking way too fucking long to get all these guys up and running.
Yeah.
So I think I need before I start running ads again to get people in, I need to have some set ads already in place.
Exactly. And this is hopefully you're seeing that, like we spoke about that a few weeks ago, is like this whole, there's a lot of operational complexity and then communication and a lot of moving parts, and it feels like you're pulling your hair out. So that's why you really, for me, I have to have these ads dialed in, already figured out. So I'm not spending time going back and forth with people. I got to just get them launched. So
Yeah, which it's been honestly, that's been the bottleneck.
we spoke about like some of those kinds of ads where you saw Lauren's ad where she's like running and doing stuff and she's not even speaking to the camera. Remember that?
Yeah.
So you could
Yeah,
start.
so I've asked them for that kind of content, but none of them have it. So I've got some photos, so I can use photos, but they're not videos. I just don't know how effective that would be.
I'll be honest with you, like if I were in your position, man, I would maybe crank out a few days where you record that of like a few different women, a few different guys, or like even just one. Like create one for women, create one for guys.
Mm.
And this way, like nobody's gonna click on that and be like, oh, you don't look like the exact, like nobody's gonna care.
Well, I could go do the guys one myself.
Yeah, you can do the one yourself, dude.
I got a mate with a gym, and I can fuck off when no one's in there. It's like a boxing gym, and I can go run the ad there. And I guess I could run 3 different styles: one for skinny guys, one for dads that want to look like obese, and I guess a generic one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good place to start, and then from there we can recreate more, do more. But what I'm also saying is like, I'm talking about, so you're talking about the ones where it's talking head ads. Is that what the one we're talking about where you actually talk? Is that what you're talking about right now?
Yeah.
So yeah, do those, but I'm also talking about the ones where nobody's like talking.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I feel like if you do the one where you're talking to the camera, like if you do the one where it's just like B-roll and stuff, you can literally just do like one of you, like another guy that looks slightly different than you, maybe he's got like a tan, and then like 2 girls, and then boom, you're good to go. So no matter who opts in, you can pretty much get ads up and running from. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Like having something set up so that you're not dealing with the stress in the future.
I think I need just a couple of variations, not just of the people, but of the actual the clients they're trying to pick up. Because I know like we had pushback with Jess about not wanting to do mothers who are trying to lose weight. She's like, that's not my clientele. I don't want to go near that type situation. So I'm just wondering, like, okay, we you kind of get two variations. Like off the bat, I was getting two variations of trainers. One is like they're happy to do the mum and dads want to lose weight, boost testosterone, that kind of like they're generic PTs. They just want to help everyone. And then on the other hand, the other ones who aren't keen to doing that are often just like, we want clients who want to build strength and get really good at Olympic lifting and want to build muscle and look tone. So those are kind of the two base ones. So based on the individual, when they come for the free trial, it's like, hey, look, who's your clientele? They tell me, okay, well, sweet. This one's closer to that. Let's get you some clients from it. Or this one's closer to that. Let's get you some clients from it. And then once we've done that, we'll go and hit your specific niche.
Yeah.
So I think just, yeah, two ends of the spectrum, and male, male, and then the female, female, and then let them run that. And then the 4 ads.
I don't even think you need to have the crazy spectrum. So if I were you, in terms of trying to like systematize this, I would have, I would say like,
So you're doing it on culture, and is that just based on the trainer?
exactly. So,
Okay.
so Latin, um, Asian. Okay. So that's it. Like you have 4, and then you have I don't know why I'm doing all this. Male, female. Okay. And each of these are gonna be I just want to make sure I'm getting you the right ad here.
I know, like you have discussed this, and we're kind of discussing like how do we actually do this? How do we find these individuals to run this ad, or can we do it via AI? But no one's kind of.
So what I mean, okay, so yeah, no. So the ad I'm talking about is the one where you see Lauren and she's not talking to the camera. She's just doing a bunch of activities.
B-roll stuff, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right? 100%, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, so imagine you hit up your mates, right? You hit up your mates, you hit up an African American person, it's a male and a female, Asian, Latin, Caucasian. You can bang out one day where literally everybody's doing the exact same activity you're recording. So everybody's climbing a rope, everybody's doing a quick jog, everybody's lifting these weights, exact same position, right? That entire shoot is going to take you like, you see what I'm getting at?
I got two issues, man. Two issues. I'm in New Zealand. We don't really have African Americans here, and we don't have Latinas here. We obviously have Asians and Caucasians, but
I don't think you need to go as far as doing any of that. If you're running an IGDM ad, it's not like it's posted on your feed. And the thing is, it's kind of like the same thing as the 6 figures in 6 weeks, where you're just using Kaushik's face.
So if you can't do it yourself, we can get an African American person to do it, like in the United States or something. One of your clients, just be like, hey, I need you to get these shots, and then you edit together, and then you have a lifelong asset. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So hopefully you kind of understand what I'm getting at, right? So male, female. So this way, whether you have a girl that looks like Jess, again, Jess's goal is different, but let's say you have Jess, Lauren, Brittany, you can run the exact same ad the moment they sign up. So they pay you the 250, you onboard them, all this stuff, da 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 da. You ready to rock and roll? Yeah. Okay. Now you run this ad that you already created once for all of them.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? That's
yeah, 100%. I know exactly what you're saying. I think it's just, yeah, what is the ideal script?
No script. No script.
Well, yeah.
So this is why I wanted to make sure I brought up the ad so you knew exactly what I was talking about.
Like I know they don't have to talk anything. I know we just need B-roll of them. And that, but I'm saying like what I need to write up or overlay
Just whatever is in Lauren's video.
I don't think Mason ended up sending that one through to me. in the end.
What do you need?
The Lauren's video that hasn't got her talking at all, it's just B-roll, and then it's got like the overlay of the writing.
Okay, I can send that to you.
Oh man.
Here, I've got so many things. I just want to pull it up. I just want to make sure because I want to make sure that we're not, there's no confusion at all. Because this is super important. It's an important part of this whole thing.
Yeah, it's kind of the biggest handbrake right now. To moving forward and then going to pick up more clients. Like as soon as we get this sorted, then I'm gonna open my ads up again and bring in more clients. But this is the fucking tedious.
So not this ad, right? Not this one.
Not that ad.
Not that ad, because this one is harder to create. The other one that
Yeah.
she's running.
So this is what Jess has kind of tried to like recreate, but she's just sitting there in the gym. And she's like, don't make me do that again. I fucking hated it. I was like, okay, sweet. We'll try and make it work. Whereas Heidi, she's like, she loves being, well, she kind of loves being in front of the camera, but she just doesn't know what the hell to video. So that's she's easy, to be honest.
Sounds pretty chill. I'll find it, I promise.
I just uploaded it in there, Koshi.
Where,
The ad for Ryan.
this one. There we go. This is the one.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so I don't care, man. Like copy and paste the same damn thing in everybody's videos. It doesn't matter. Like this, I promise it barely matters. I mean, I'm sure it matters. I'm just saying you don't have to think about it too much. Just say that. Does that make sense? Don't need to think about it.
So male and female, right? So you do one with the guys in the B-roll. Would you say my dad instead of my mum?
Yeah, you just do your dad. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're like, think about someone that's going to see the ad. Are they gonna like zoom in on our face and stuff?
Nah. Like I understand, I 100% understand that, but I'm not worried about the B-roll. It was more just like the messaging, the appropriate messaging. But I suppose this is a really easy way to change it up to be like, okay, this one's for dads, this one's for people. Sorry, dads wanting to lose weight and put on testosterone. This one's for fucking who want to get shredded and build muscle and get good at Olympic lifting. Like it's real easy to just change some words. I don't have to get them to video or anything else. So that's it's a fucking 100% the best way to do it. So
right now, my focus with you is just doing the trials. I'm not thinking about like after somebody pays you and niche down, because right now you're making things even more complex than they need to be. You don't even need to do the Olympic training.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is I need to make this to make these trials work because these guys just aren't doing it.
Exactly, 100%. So you create a few versions, like get a black dude, a black girl, white dude, white girl. Again, not all at once, as you slowly have your arsenal of these ads. And then all of your trials, you're just doing this. Do not say, oh, I'm going to run ads for you for Olympic, like freaking physique. Like, no, everybody gets mom, dad stuff.
Yeah.
Everybody. And then the idea is once they've done the trial and they paid you, now you can create custom ads for them. So once they have paid you, now you take time and you write out a script or whatever. You don't write out a script. I'll talk to you about that down the road. But we have a course and a program and a way for them to create their own ads. That's down the road. For now, just generic stuff that you launch. So again, right now it's been like 2 weeks since you closed these deals. We can't do that. Like, trust me, the way you got to do these, you close a deal, you got to get that as launched that day and then close a deal within like 2 weeks.
Yeah, no, I agree. 100% agree. It's taking too long. Okay. So I need to grab B-roll. Fuck, I've got some B-roll of a Caucasian dude already, my mate, and of a female as well. So I've got B-roll of that because I did a like a gym commercial for someone who's not a gym, but like who's got like a PT app. So
okay, cool.
I might be able to pull from that. It's from the earlier days, so I think the quality was a bit meh, but
Mason, the greatest thing on this call, Kush, you got a problem. What's the problem? Dude, we don't have black people here. It's the funniest shit,
You
man.
gotta get Koshik to film your ad, Ryan.
Yeah, right.
Hey, we got a problem. We got a problem, Chief. What's the problem? There ain't no
People will
brown.
people will look at Kashyyyk and be like,
You were
"He's
so
fucking
serious about it too.
great."
You're like your whole business went underwater. You're like, there's something I have to let you guys know.
You're very discriminated on right now.
Like,
Okay.
what's wrong, Ryan? What's wrong? Let's solve the problem. Well, all right. I'm joking.
Bro, come to New Zealand, NJ. We need more.
It's too many. Everybody's white here.
No. Like we got Māori, like there's Māoris here. We've got like Fijians and Tongans and like we're a huge interracial country. But there's like next to no African Americans and like next to no Latinas.
Wow,
They're
that's
just not here. You get the odd ones, but they're just not here.
So, what else can we do for you, Ryan?
No, that's it, man. That's it. So I guess moving forward, what's the best way for me to get some B-roll, or who do I need to get in touch with to get some B-roll of like other cultures, other cultured individuals?
So you got the white dude taken care of. Now you got to take care of the white chick, which I'm sure you can take care of. I would just say like, I mean, unless you
Jose is Latina or Mexican.
who is,
Jose Hernandez, that must be Mexican, right?
does he got like a tan on him?
Yeah, he's like, I guess I probably look white in the video, but he looks similar to me. Like he's just like, oh, I suppose, yeah, he's white.
Yeah, I think you want to have like drastic differences.
Yeah.
I mean, so I don't think he's probably going to be the best use. I mean, get him to film it, right? Get him to film it and do the ad and everything like that. So I guess let me ask you this. Okay. So where are you at in the overall journey? You're overall at the journey. So put Heidi aside. When it comes to these people, where you're at the journey is you got to get them to launch the ads. Right now, your bottleneck is. So I guess we can go through each individual person. I think that might be a better idea, and then we can kind of just give you specific advice.
Yeah. Okay, so Jose, I need to give him the ad to video, or I just need to get some B-roll off him and make it. And just like with that, I just need to get B-roll. He's got B-roll of him working out. So I just need to grab that off him and make this. So that's him sorted. Jess has sent through her video and I just need to edit that up. So she sent that through yesterday. I think it should go all right. And that's the same as Lauren's ad where she is talking to the camera. Where is this guy? John. So do you remember me sending through 2 ads? Mason got me to look at this other guy, and they're like turning really skinny, scrawny guys into building muscle. You know, people with like high metabolisms that can't build muscle. And we ended up having 2 ad ideas. So I've sent one through to him. He didn't quite understand it initially, and he gave some pushback. And I said, no, get out of the metabolism thing. And he goes, oh, okay, this makes sense. So I've now asked him the question, look, have you got a filler mechanism to throw in there that you're comfortable with? Because he's very he won't do it unless he's comfortable with what he's putting out there into the public, right? Yeah. So I've got the ads sitting here for him. There's the 2 ads that are already proven to work. So just picking one of those 2. So I'm just getting
so you've got proven, so I'm a little bit lost here. So John, you've got proven ads. When you say your proven ads, are they within the Slack channel?
No, one of the ones that Mason sent through. Sorry, one of them's proven is the one that old mate, the guy with a shit ton of followers, is using. Which I basically just I copied out I transcribed the whole ad, and I sent that through. Mason was like, "Yep, that's sweet."
Okay.
And then the other one is the one I sent you. You gave feedback on and readjusted, and then said, "Watch this video." Done that, and then I've just made some slight adjustments to it. And that's the one I'm trying to get him to run initially because it's a lot easier to it's
Okay.
short. It's a lot easier for him to video.
Okay, I understand. Okay, so basically John needs to film stuff and then edit. You're gonna edit. Okay, so John so you already have the scripts and stuff like that. He just needs to film. And
He
then
just needs to film it.
and then launch. Got it. Okay. What else do we got going on?
Heidi, I've sent her through some videos to recreate that other PTs have done for value on her page. So she's actually giving value. What did I say? I've written out basically listed like a weekly agenda of posts for her, which I need to send to her. I've just written it down for value add, like just show ponying herself, and like call to actions. And like just organic posts, and then I need to give her a script. So I need to write a script for Heidi for followers.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's kind of my next main thing.
Cool. So go ahead.
I'm pretty sure I had something in mind because she does want to. She is like, I can't remember what I had. Hopefully, I've written it down in my book, which I haven't got here. Basically, on here, so she's the one who's made that like that Bunda blaster. She's doing like the getting bikini ready and stuff. So I need to make a follower ad for her, and I was gonna lean into getting her to give like give away like 10 of her recipes because she's also a nutritionist. So she has a nutrition book with recipes and stuff. And I was gonna this is basically just saying like, hey, look, I need you to either give away 10 of these. Sorry, 10 like make a.
She doesn't need to do that.
She doesn't, not for like followers, like for a follow ad. Say, hey, look, click the follow and I'll send through 10 free meals.
So DM ads are going to require you to do that, not follower ads. DM ads are the one where you have a lead magnet. Follower ads are, hey, give me a follow if you want to go from point A to point B. And then you can throw in there, hey, DM me this keyword or say, but they rarely do. They just follow you. So if her goal is just follower ads, she just needs to call out to her ideal avatar and their beginning journey and then offer to help them get from where they are. So get from point A to point B using her thing. Hey, are you this person? Are you trying to get here? You're probably dealing with this problem, this problem, this problem. Give me a follow and I'll show you how I overcame this. So she can speak out to people like, hey, ladies, are you tired of being flat? Right? So if she wants to really sell that, glute blaster program, maybe she targets people that are like, hey, woman, are you trying to get more curvaceous? Are you trying to build that hourglass figure? If so, a core part of that is building the glutes. And I've developed, again, give me a follow and I'll show you, go through my past content. I'll show you how I did it from A to Z.
So it's just, I basically look at my page. It will show you all the exercises you need to build your glutes.
Yep. Also,
so it's not like she doesn't have to write anything else or give anything else away for free. It's literally just saying, hey, this is what you're going to see if you come to my page. This is what you're going to benefit. Cool.
Yep. I also, this is important for you in particular. I just finished this up. Like the content here is just been finished. So I spent like the last 2 weeks building out. So what you're going to want to do is like all the stuff you're asking about. I would say brand your Instagram to optimize your return on ad spend. That could be very valuable to you.
Yep.
And this stuff right here, create your ads. So, so like what you're asking about right now is the follower ad. So I break down the script. So everything you're asking about is in this video right here. what you're asking about is the indirect DM ad, which is what you thought you were supposed to create. You're not supposed to create that. So you don't need this one. You need this one. What Lauren is doing is this one. Lauren is doing this one. This is the one you're doing with all the trials. So all these people, the ones wherever it is, yeah, these ones right here, Jose, Jess, John, they're all doing this ad, the indirect DM ad. The one you're doing with Heidi is going to be the follower ad, different ads. So I'd give this watch if I were you. I think this will help you.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah. And then also, I would say like all this stuff is gonna help you. Like all this all the material here is like for you.
What was the tab that it was in?
It's in week 4 service delivery, the Instagram growth funnel.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all the stuff is even like I created this video. This video was for you is like understand the various campaign structures, and I was like I really broke down like
me.
Heidi.
Yeah.
Yeah, like her, like I broke her down, and yeah, there's so there's 3 different structures. So this is for people that want to make money, which is your guys, the one you're doing trials for, and then this is like the Heidi strategy.
Yep.
So
And is that in that same tab?
Yeah, this is all the stuff is in week 4 service delivery, the Instagram growth funnel. All this is here.
Wait, I've got that open so that I come back to it.
If I were you, I would just go through the stuff. Just go through, find some time, go through the stuff. This is all the stuff pertains to you. Everything here.
Yep.
Sometimes you have to log out and log back in.
Yeah, log out. It probably doesn't gonna show up if you haven't logged out, logged in. Good call, Mason.
Yeah, I just logged in, so. Oh. No, I just pulled. Oh no, yeah, I did just log in. Yeah, cool. Yeah.
So yeah, so with her, yeah, write the follower script out. So now you know what to do. Get that over to her. She can go and again, you can write it out. Once you see the lesson, you understand it, and then you can write it out. If you want me to review it, Mason review, we can review it. Give you the green light. Send it over to her. Get her to film it. Boom, rock and roll. I mean, you're seeing the bottleneck. Like everybody's this exact same bottleneck, which is getting them to create the content, film, edit, launch it. Like that's what takes so much time and energy, in my experience from doing these trial funnels. But once you get it done, moving forward, we'll have some systems to allow you to do it faster, right? The next few trials, because this is your first rodeo. Your next rodeo, you'll be faster at doing this.
Yeah, I think once I have that shit in place, I'll be fucking way quicker. And then hopefully these guys have all signed up that I can actually have a bit of experience of them. Because I think like Jess and John are hitting very similar niches. They're hitting similar niches. Heidi is kind of on a different wavelength. Jose is very generalized and just wants to help everyone he can. So I've kind of got 3 different types there, which is going to give me 3 different just ammunition for all the next ones that come, I guess. That's all it is. So keep working with them. So
yeah, we'll talk about that once you get to that place with, after they've paid you and it's time to create specific things for them. Like me and Mason will play it very close to chess with you in terms of like how do you systematize that and all that.
Fucking such a good feeling when you see that 4.5K, well, more than that, roll in at one hit. And you're like, oh.
Yeah, man.
More of these guys.
Bad boys for sure. Yeah. But what else is brewing your head, man?
No, that's it, man. I just got to catch up on life and keep chasing these guys up and just ticking things off one at a time as fast as I can. The missus fucked her knee like the day after I left. So she did it on Thursday. No, it was the day I left. She did it on Thursday. So she's got she's hobbling around all over the place. So I'm having to double down on how much I look after my daughter.
Oh, shoot. What happened? She
So like I shot across to the other side of the country, to the West Coast, for this race, and then that same day, her brother and my daughter, they went for a hike up a hill, and on the way down, she was carrying my daughter, and she slipped on some gravel and like twisted her knee. So she's all strapped up. She's had some X-rays done, so we're just finding out what's the go there. But yeah, she's
I hope everything's okay.
yeah, same. Hopefully it comes right fast because it's hard. It's actually fucking hard work when she's pretty immobile. So having to look after the daughter and everything else.
Hope she gets better soon.
Mm. Yeah, mean. So I guess another question is, I'm going to start training pretty heavily. So if I'm doing this race for the next 2 years, I'm going to be like physical training type stuff. What's I suppose this could be in the lesson, but could you think of like the best way to add content of me training onto my Instagram to help better it? Because
Like
basically what I'm doing is there's going to be gym work, there's like cycling, mountain biking, there's running, like running up hills, running road, and then there's like whitewater kayaking, like some got like grade 2 rapids and shit. So those are the 3 disciplines plus gym work for S&C. So as soon as I'm going to be doing it anyway, is there something you could think of that something specific that I could do to help present it on my Instagram?
you just need to be like these guys. Like for what you're trying to do, it's not so much showing yourself out in the field. Like what you're talking about would be great for your clients, but not great for you. What you need to do is this. You need to be seen as these guys. So all that training and stuff that you're talking about, who's another guy? There's another guy that I really like. But if you check these guys out, I mean, you'll notice there's like a pattern. They're seen more as like experts as opposed to like athletes doing stuff. I forget.
Cool. Okay. That's sweet. I was just wondering because if I was going to do it anyway, and I had the means to video myself and utilize it, then sweet. If I don't have to, even better.
Like this guy, by the way, these are like some of the most successful guys right now. Personal trainers. This guy right here. I am John Madison. Dude, this guy's crushing. He's a business partner of Tanner Chittister. And so they run ads. I'm just telling you this off the cuff, just so you probably want to study. All their ads are literally, are you a male doing $150,000 plus per year? If so, boom. The whole everything is about, are you basically a rich motherfucker who isn't happy with their body? Boom. And they probably sell something for like 5, 10, 15K. And so as you can see, this guy is showing himself shredded and stuff like that. But again, he's the personal trainer. He's not the expert of the personal trainer versus, so his branding is a certain type of way versus their branding is a certain type of way. Your branding needs to be more along the lines of not necessarily like this family stuff, but it's like you showing that you can do cool shit is not going to get personal trainers to trust you.
Right. Oh, I mean, I could offer a little bit of pushback on that, to be honest.
I mean, you look like enough, dude. Like you look like you lift. You look like you work out. That's enough.
Yeah.
That's as much as you need. What they care about is, can you say like intellectually smart stuff? Can you change their beliefs? Can you get them to have aha moments? That's the most important things. If you can do that, they will buy from you, hand over fist.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Cool. Okay. No, sweet. Just wanted to confirm.
Like this guy right here. This guy's another guy that you should model. So this guy right here is just like you. Zach Colburn, he sells to personal trainers. So again, he's got some stuff, right? I mean, definitely have some stuff showing you work out. But most of your stuff is this. I did not care about annoying my audience. Learn how to strategy, da da da. Everything, like most stuff is like educating personal trainers. And I can tell you this guy is like successfully doing 7 figures as well. So kind of you can maybe see the pattern between this guy and then these people, IFCA. Both of them are gurus compared to this guy right here, which is he's just showing off his physique and athleticism.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. But yeah, what else you got?
Nah, I think that's me, man. Anything more, and I'm just gonna data dump. So probably leave it there, and I should go for a run.
Cool. Sounds good. Mason, do you have anything? Oh, here's another one. Do you know this guy?
Yeah, I've seen this guy heaps.
Yeah. So this is another example of, again, your all three of them are doing the same thing. They just have different vibes, right? So IFC has a certain vibe. This guy's got a certain vibe, and then this guy's got a way different vibe. But it's fundamentally the same thing, like just educating your personal trainers.
Can you go back to their names real quick? I'll slap it into Instagram and I'll fucking it's just so I've got it here. Yeah, I've seen this guy fucking heaps. He's bloody good, actually. His ads are good.
Yeah, this guy is I've got like there are literally CMCC members that have taken his stuff and then taken our stuff that they're like juggling both videography and personal training. And then this guy right here.
Sick Colburn. Sick. Hey.
And then Impact Fitness Coaching Academy. Coach Goodman. My favorite guy is honestly Coach Goodman. That's who I was trying to find for you. This guy, he's an OG in the space. Man, my feed, dude, you would think I'm like in personal training. This guy's he's an OG. This guy's
Yeah.
Monte.
That's a cool name.
Vince
Vince Del Monte. Mean. All right,
So,
I
yeah.
got them up. I'll rip some of their shit off, some of their older stuff that I don't really notice, and just start putting it in there and building on it.
Let's see this guy. Abraca Fitness. This guy helping boss babes between 30 and 40. So this is what you're gonna notice, bro. Like hopefully, like the main thing to kind of understand is like, here's what they do. Okay, here's what these guys are doing. What they're doing is they're like, in my opinion, I could be wrong here, but like, I mean, it's almost all the same. Like, stay away from sugar, eat high enough protein, do some cardio, lift some fucking heavy ass weight. Like, it's the same shit, bro. Right? You might have keto, you might have intermittent fast, but it's the same shit. And so what they're doing is they're not saying like what they're doing is they're using this to qualify people to have money. So I have a guy I saw the other, he said, hey, I help busy doctors get in shape. I help busy RNs get in shape. I help dentists, whatever. I help lawyers. I help people that make 150K. So it has nothing to do with like, I'm trying to get somebody shredded athlete. Like you're thinking about outcome. Like what you said earlier was like the average person versus the extreme outcome of like the athlete or whatever. Most of these personal trainers that do it the right way, and again, you would ask Mason. Mason's going to tell you better than I can, but he's probably going to echo what I'm saying. Is like what you're typically doing is this is the only reason you're doing this is you're just trying to find people that have money. And you'll notice that over and over and over again. All of them, the way they brand themselves is like, I'm just boss base between 30 and 40 to build glutes and tone. No, it's not about building glutes and tone. It's this. I just want to find people that they have money.
Like you touched on that the other week, not last week, week before. That demographic and hitting mindset too, and don't have money. And I understand completely.
Yeah, that's usually what it's going to be in terms of branding.
I think old Jose really wanted to go down that route too, and only target like real kind of like entrepreneur individuals, so like or like C-suite individuals. Like he wanted to utilize LinkedIn very heavily because LinkedIn's notoriously got a bunch of C-suite individuals in there. So I don't know if you guys have any experience with hitting LinkedIn via ads. Can you do ads on LinkedIn?
You can run ads on LinkedIn. They're just really expensive.
Yeah.
They're super expensive.
I think
Um,
maybe it's something to explore a little bit later down the line.
this guy, he's in your niche. You get another vibe, different vibe. This guy specifically, what he does, his marketing angle is taking people that are in person to online. His
Send them
whole thing,
online.
yeah, his whole thing, all of his ads is that. And
Hmm.
again, he's got like really the lifestyle, tropical trees, all that stuff.
Which is not a bad, it's not a bad shout, considering like Jose, Jess, and Anthony,
They're in person.
they were all in person and they're just making the shift to online. And
He,
they seem to be the easiest to like get them to believe you because they're like, well, I don't know what I'm doing. Can you please help me?
yep.
And I could pick up a fucking bunch of them local ones here in New Zealand that are doing the same situation. So if I can wrap my head around this and I can wrap my head around just what that needs to be.
They're gonna go, yeah. You'll if you have those local clients, bro. Like once we get this phase, bro, you help a few clients out. Just knowing you and how good you are with people, and I trust that you have a shit ton of people local. You can run a full-time shit, bro. You can run a full-time business just working with those people. You'd be sweet. So cool, bro. Anything else, man? Anything else you got for me or for Mason?
Nah, man, that's cool. I'm gonna watch those videos. I'm gonna grab some shit off these 4 Instagrams. I'm gonna rip some shit off and just post it on mine. And I need to get those sort out my clients. Dead. So I got a fair bit of homework for the next 7 days.
Cool. Mason, you got anything, man?
Nada.
Cool. All right then. If that's all, I'm gonna see if MJ's alive. See if he needs help with something. MJ, you alive?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's just
I'm
booking
gonna-
tickets to New Zealand.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, God.
So I gotta go. Catch you guys later.
MJ, what can we do? How can we help you today?
Not much, actually. I just wanted to give a bit of an update from the last conversation that we had around the video production company and what they wanted to do and stuff like that. So we spoke, and it looks like they say that they need a partner, someone to, and it sounded like to me when I kind of asked my questions that so it feels like more in regards to operation side. So I think the people that were like the creative or someone who they had a creative director before and is no longer there. So, they don't, at least in the little conversation I have with them, they don't necessarily have a client acquisition problem in a sense. So actually two things are going on. I'll backtrack a little bit. They want to expand. They want to expand and they want to come off just being a creative industry. So they want to kind of get into marketing and advertising as well. And I'm appealing to them because I also have a bit of background with a little bit around the agency stuff and all that. And I also, I'm good creative wise, right? Being able to uh, shoot, direct, all of those kind of things too. So they're looking for a strong partnership and those skill sets that'll be beneficial to them as well. And so I really wanted to understand, like, okay, it sounds like to me, at least starting off, the idea that they are thinking about is that operation side with the creative, like someone as a creative director. But I also have skill sets and knowledge as to other avenues they can expand to if we start going into that conversation around advertising and marketing and stuff like that. So it was a good conversation. Ultimately, what we ended up deciding on for plans or steps is right now, I'll just work with them on a contractual basis because they like the idea of being able to date before they solidify partnership, right? So I can completely understand that. I've been in partnerships that I wish I could just get out of right away, before entering them. So I'll work with them contractually for a while. They'll be sending me projects. And right now, just in regards color, like color grading and stuff like that. It'll give us a good sense of how we work together, see, how we communicate, if we like it, probably a few months, because I'm still waiting on my PR, by the way. So I let them know that. So it's not like I can move or leave my company right now. So this will give us a good period of time to evaluate how we work together. And I also get to build systems around what they do. And we build some efficiencies around that for their clients and, things in regard that nature. So after that, if we're all feeling good, after a period of time, then I come work with them full time. And as I'm working with them full time, I'm getting to learn more about their business, what they do. They're opening up their books to me and different things. I got to learn how much, how much they made in revenue last year, because I wanted to know what the numbers are. I wanted to be sure that they were like solid, as a foundation. I know they've been in business for about 5 years or so. And so they made under $1 million as of last year. And so every year they've kind of like, been going above and beyond their projections. And so this year they're about to, hit like a 1.2, for example, right? And it's just around the creative agency. So I'm like, okay, that's good. That's good for me to know in terms of, how solid of a business that they have so far. And when we get to the stage of me coming in full time, then we will negotiate rates when we get there, right? So for what they want to do, they were offering 60 initially, which is pretty much kind of like what I'm earning right now, but I heard them and I'm like, yeah, but when we get to the stage of me coming in full time, we'll negotiate what that looks like when we get to that point. And from there, ultimately, I want to be a partner. That's why I mentioned to them, like, shareholder and stuff like that, right? So whether that's like 10% or whatever that looks like, right? So they said that, one of the things that they know is they don't necessarily know what the percentage looks like as of right now. It's more like, when we get to the stage where we are in partnership conversations, and depending on what value or what skill set it is I'm thinking about that I could, bring or add to the business, it could be one that we can evaluate like, okay, this is probably an extra, 50 grand to their bottom line or whatever the case may be, and then see what percentages look like from there, right? That kind of stuff. So we have 3 different negotiation stages that, we kind of get into. So starting off as contract, then full-time, and then when we start talking partnership, after like a year working with them full-time, then, we'll talk around those percentages too as well. So yeah, that's pretty much where that conversation went ultimately. In terms of just how I'm feeling overall, I like it. I think it's like, again, I've not worked with them too much at all. I mean, I've only done one project for them before in the past. But I like the idea. And if you remember what I said to you earlier on, in that, when I first came in to after I was done school, my ultimate goal was I wanted to, do my business with the production company, and that's what I wanted to grow and just have that full time. That's really where I wanted to sink my teeth into. But for whatever reason, didn't pan out the way that I wanted to. And so I had to kind of like reinvent myself and figure out really what skills do I have in life? Where do I go from here? Right? That kind of stuff is what we talked about before. And so for me, this mentorship or this, everything I've learned here so far has been so, I don't know, but life-changing for me. I don't use those words lightly. I don't know how to describe it. Sure, I'm not running my agency or whatever the case may be. I'm sort of like the guys too today. I'm trying to figure out myself too. I'm trying to figure it out, right? I'm just being very honest. I'm trying to figure, I think ultimately what I'm looking for, I know we've talked about this before, and I've really tried my best to think about what it is I want to do, right? I want to, first of all, one, pace myself, but most importantly, two, I no longer want to be in that just solely creative space as a videographer or what have you. Either because of coming in here, my mind has expanded into just, I really like the idea of being a marketer. I've really enjoyed thinking around how to make people do things, running ads and all of that creative side in terms of just driving results and sales for people. And so I know right now in my mind, the best place to be for me currently is either taking my skills, whatever it is that I have, both from the creative side and the marketing side, and partnering or finding a very good mesh with something, right? With something, some business, someone, whatever have you, and grow that thing, right? That is what, as far as I can think about, as my ultimate, right? I think I've honed into that idea. So all of these different, it may feel like I'm scattered, but one, I'm really trying to learn a lot as well in terms of like my skill sets, right? Just making sure that's better. But I'm also looking for the opportunities to do that final state in my head where I take my skills and I'm able to actually attach it to a great partnership or something that I can really just, grow and boom, and whatever else wants to happen in my life from there, so be it, right? So whether that's from the MedSpa partnership that I kind of got into, or this piece that I'm talking about right now, if it ends up happening or panning out that way, I think it's okay. I like the idea. I like where they are going, because ultimately that's what I wanted to do in my production company too, which was, learn the creative, learn how to market and run ads and all that. And so everything that I feel like I'm learning from here and ideas I bring in my mind that I know maybe possibly I could inject into that business if it pans out that way. And also make my percentage from there, which is not from profit share, whatever, but just revenue, like just the revenue share. And I know that that also, sets me comfortably for a bit of time. So that's really just the update in regards to that. I'm still kind of doing bits and pieces here and there with the medical spa stuff. I'm kind of just learning. I'm using that as an opportunity to just learn other different things, like whether that's email marketing or this or that, just growing my skills overall, and see where that takes me. I know initially when we were trying to choose my niche the first time, there were two choices I had. It was either the medical spa or it was the events side of things with my cousin and his wife. And recently, she just bought a business that is, I think, towards women that have had, is it mastectomy, where they cut off their breasts or whatever. And so they sell bras and stuff to those people and stuff like that. So I, been talking with her and, figuring out a few things on that side. It's not like I wanted to jump in there right away, but my mind just started thinking like, okay, I'm glad that she also has that. And every now and again, I give her strategies, I'll tell her stuff to do and just help out wherever I can in that regard. But it's almost like I kind of wish in my mind, I kind of wish that that happened first, because the only reason why I also chose the med spa is because I was like, you know what, I can actually work with my cousin's wife, but I won't earn anything. We will be pouring money into figuring stuff out. Right? I will get anything to earn right away. Or I choose the medical spa side and I can just start earning something. At the very least, as a business is running, I can earn something in the meantime. And so I was strapped for cash of like, yeah, let me do that. So at least I can earn something as I'm doing that. But I really don't mind working with my cousin if I ever get the chance to, if I have enough time. It's not something I'll do right away, but I won't mind working there because it's just easier, or it's the kind of place that I just prefer doing overall and figuring things out. I just feel like I have more control over my inputs and what I want to be able to change in that sense. So anyways, this is just a bit of everything that's kind of going on, in my life at the moment as an update. And I just wanted to say, truly, honestly, like the things that have helped me to reinvent myself from here, if I never got in here, was just how much more open the world was, right? That I didn't know. And I think very tangible skills in just knowing a little bit about business and understanding deals and how to, I don't think if this opportunity with the video production company had met me a few months ago, that I'd even be understanding, you know, being a shareholder or trying to negotiate a deal in that sense, that I think, I don't know, that for me, that's life changing. It just feels very different, that I can understand my worth, I understand my value. I can think outside the box, at least from whatever it is I didn't know before, around sales. And I don't know sales, but but just those basics, and also have some kind of skills to be valuable, you know, again. And so those very two fundamental things in regards to marketing and closing deals, or having some understanding around deals, I think has changed my life. And I just don't feel like I'm worried about, like, you know, if there's a place for me next or whatever. It's just whatever the right opportunity is really where my heart sits now. But I'm not worried as to, like, oh, what's my career gonna be or end up being? And that was a big fear for me, very big fear for me before I got here. And so I'm grateful. Honestly, I am. I really am. So thank you. Thank you very, very much. Yeah.
You for showing up week after week. I mean, you're the one that's putting in the work and showing up and making that influence for yourself. I have a suggestion. Can I give you my suggestion? Okay.
Yes.
So if I will tell you, can I tell you what I would do if I were in your shoes?
Yes.
It's pretty clear based off of everything you've presented. I know, like, the other week we spoke about it, the week before, I'm sorry, the week before we spoke about it and kind of went down this rabbit hole, and we kind of explored each of these things. The piece that I have now that I did not have then is the revenue that videography company is doing. That is a very important piece that I did not have. Now that I have it, a lot of things change.
You too.
So I will, just a really quick question, and then I'll kind of give you my suggestion. 1.12 million in within 5 years is, like, that's fantastic. I don't know what their profit margins are, but it sounds like, again, Drew's case, Drew hit 1 million or whatever, but 1, 2, 3 million a year. But he had, a lot of outsourcing, a lot of whatever. He kept very little of it. He probably still kept a good amount, but still, he's spending maybe 80% of the 1 million on paying other people. So my question to you is, like, where are these people getting the jobs? Like, how are they getting the jobs? How are they getting the traffic? Where are they doing a bunch of projects where it's like 30 short form piece of content for 2,000 a month? They have a lot of those. Or is it like a $20,000, $30,000 video? Like, how is that coming to be?
Yeah. Honestly, that's a very good question, that after our second meeting, I realized I didn't dive into I didn't even dive into it at all to find out, like, what their client acquisition was, where they're getting the customers from, and all that. It was something I thought about after. I'm like, I should have, just for myself to know, not that, it was anything. But I can guess. I can guess a little bit, because, I've seen some of their stuff and some of the clients that they work with and whatnot. But they've mostly been doing, commercials, and they've been able to secure partnership, or would I say partnerships, or just long-term retainers with some of the bigger companies or industries in our local community, right? So, like, for example, like, there's this big Saskatchewan writers game that typically happens, or the organization that does the football games and stuff like that, and that is a client of theirs. And so everything in regards, like, video and production and creatives and things like that towards the writers, things like, they are always working for them. And they've also, when I was speaking with them earlier on, they also found ways to have clients stick with them because of things like their storage solution too, as well, and some other retainer opportunities that they've implemented. So the example is all their projects. So they showed me their client database that they have, and they had, like, just, I didn't count the number, maybe like 10 different clients that are in their retainer or in their database that just work with them on a very, recurring basis. And all their projects all of those clients, all their projects live with them. And so monthly, they are charging whatever to be able to, keep those projects or keep those. So whenever the clients have to leave, they have to literally like find a way to take their entire projects and everything that they've been working with them on. So it's been their own way of integrating some sort of retainer and also charging for storage and some other little things that they tack on here and there that make it a little more difficult for someone to leave them if they decide to, because they pretty much own all their stuff. But basically, a lot of the bigger industries that are here, they found ways to have, partnerships with those people, and those are like continuous retainers for them. They've also started running ads. They said to me, they got somebody, they just mentioned they had someone that started running ads for them in a different city because they want to expand. So they are trying to expand from where I am right now in Regina. They're trying to get to Saskatoon. They even mentioned Las Vegas too, was another, either Las Vegas or Calgary. Was their next expansion what they were thinking about. So they have someone that's also running ads for them in Saskatoon. That's also part of their client acquisition in terms of, clients that are coming through for that other city. So that's a bit of what I know so far, but I didn't really dive into the weeds of, that aspect of things.
Okay. So the reason I was asking is this. If I'm you, and again, this is kind of maybe derogatory, but like this is just the best way I can kind of think about it is if I'm you and I'm gonna kind of the best way you kind of view it is like the male and female dilemma. Like me as a female, I'm looking for a man that's powerful, that's got resources that can keep me safe. Right? So I'm a woman, I'm attractive, I can cook, clean. These are the things of my value. I'm looking for the man that's going to give me the most safety. So if we put you in the role of the female, and you have all these opportunities, you have the opportunity with the cousin, you have the opportunity with the med spa, you have this opportunity. Out of all those opportunities, it's very obvious, like when it comes to, your cousin, we don't know what's going to happen there. If we look at the med spa, they're looking at you directly to make them the result. If you don't make the result, they're going to fire you, whatever. There's nothing there. But when we look at this, they're already very cushy. They're already very safe. So it just feels a lot safer to me. And so if you were to hop into an environment like that, I feel like if I were you, and I just had the same conversation with Robin about a company that hires him. It's a $4 million per year HVAC community, and they spend like $3,000 a month max on ads because they're making so much money in other ways. I'm like, okay, figure out what is the main marketing channel, figure out what it looks like all the way from traffic to like generating the lead to like what does the pipeline look like, figure out where the kinks are and the bottleneck, where the kinks are, and then see how you can plug it in with your skills, with content, with advertising, whatever those are. So similarly with you, there are two places that if I were in your shoes, one, it was just being a videographer and being the creative director to do that. But then another part of it is also like, again, the advertising and the funnels. So it's like that becomes kind of like the value add. That becomes the thing of like, I cook, I clean, whatever, I have those skills. And so it's great to hear that they have another advertiser, but if you had that role on top of directing, now all of a sudden it's like, okay, we trust him with the director's eye, but when he's saying like, hey, you know, MJ is saying that we can create the content in a certain way where it would work as a TV commercial and this and that, but it would also work for Facebook ads. We need to create these different versions for Facebook ads. That's a huge value add for you because you can pitch that to them. They can make money by pitching it. So like that, I just feel like, that would, if I were you, it's a no-brainer. Like that's where home is. That's where it's safe.
Yeah. I honestly feel the same way. I feel the same way, The only thing, and it's not like it's the only thing, but in terms of my first meet with them, conversation wise, just gauging them as people, seems good. Seems like we are thinking the same, right? Which is usually good in terms of that. So right now it's just working together more and just seeing what that looks like. And honestly, I have no qualms there at all because if as that goes well and PR is good and I'm able to get that in time even during this period, that would be my transition. It would literally just be me transitioning there and really being able to, like you said, attach my skill because they're also looking for like that mind around marketing and like the things that I've done here And I know like if even if it's as simple as starting off just knowing that, hey, like we did an ad for someone and we can charge them more because we can market it for them. That feels like an easy side step to be able to go into. And that's an extra, I don't know how many thousands of dollars in it, but and those companies, they're big enough that they will not blink an eye to want to spend it with them right away, right? So like those are already things that my head's thinking about, right? So and those are things that they are looking for too as well, and they want. The reason why I was saying some things to them and they were like, I don't even know what I said, but one of the partners were like, yeah, I think we have the right persons. Because most of the people that they try to partner with, they're all creatives. They want to be DOPs, right? And all that. So it's never money talk. So when I'm like trying to have money talk and numbers with them and they're laughing and like, yeah, I think we have the right, like we like where your mind is thinking because I'm trying to find out the numbers. I'm like, what's your how are you able to make more here and all that? And I guess people that I've spoken to don't talk like they don't think that way, right? They all just kind of like want to be creatives. And yes, I love being a creative, but I know that my mind has always been here too, business wise. And now being here has even more reinforced that aspect of at least just how to think through some things, like how the numbers make sense and some of those pieces, right? So yeah, that definitely seems like a natural side step for me. I wholeheartedly agree.
Good, good. Music to my ears. I'm glad to hear it. We
Yeah.
were in a pickle a few weeks ago, so this becomes more clear.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah. The number two kind of shocked me because they're long, they're young people just like me, right? Like I guess around my same age bracket. So it was refreshing to hear. Like they really invested in their everything that they earned starting off. They literally threw it back into the business just to making sure it grew as much as they could. And they were saying that now they're in a place where they can reap their rewards, right? So they probably weren't taking home much to begin with when they started off, but it's like now we kind of have to enjoy ourselves a little bit, right? So it felt good to hear, right? So it's like
happy for you.
yeah, right. So, yeah, even like even when I if I when I was just making out the numbers and like I mean like even if like a 10% of that, because if I know that if I bring in and maybe if I cut a 10% of that shareholding aspect of things, then as I'm helping the business grow, I'm also making more, right? So that's probably at least starting off an easy 100K a year and up from there, right? So it kind of makes sense to me that that's probably a move I'd be very willing to take. So yeah, yeah,
So I'm happy for you.
yeah. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's it for me. That's it for me. Yeah.
Well,
So
thank you for sharing the good news. And I mean, it's, to be still a lot to unfold, but sounds
yeah.
good and promising and optimistic so far. Okay. Anything else brewing in your mind? Anything else you wanted to share or any questions or anything that you wanted to ask Amir Mason?
No, no, that's pretty much it. As things keep unfolding, I just say like I just give an update on it on the group or on the chat and have conversations back and forth with you. But yeah, like I think that's just it for me. It's just kind of like figuring out where I navigate or where I go in regards to things, and your advice and your input has been very, 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 very helpful to me. Um, so much so that sometimes I even forget like what I even came in here. I'm like, it's video licensing. What the heck is video licensing again? I don't even know if this. Like, I feel like you've twisted and turned everything around this program that I don't even remember what it was that caught me in here for. I feel like I'm in some other tunnel and I don't remember where I came from because I don't even know what the video licensing model is anymore. All I know is I'm doing marketing and sales. I don't even know what the first thing half of the stuff was about.
Long, as long as you're learning, then I think we're
Yeah,
both learning.
yeah, yeah. That's it for me. That's it for me. Thank you very much.
Mason, anything? I don't know, maybe he's sleeping. Maybe he's probably passed out. So, okay. All right, then. Well, if that is everything, then I will see you when I see you. Maybe I'll see you next week. Okay.